and Neufeld, people represented by Mr. Goldberg and Mr. Darden. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Yeah, ma'am.
As to what?
Just read.
As to what?
On a matter.
What matter? Does it have to do with Ms. Mazzola?
No, it doesn't.
Your Honor,
All right, then let's.
I have something that does have to do with Ms. Mazzola.
I will take it. 60 seconds.
60 seconds, Mr. Cochran.
Okay, thank you.
But who's counting? Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, at the kidding, Your Honor. At the end of the day yesterday, and I brought this matter to your attention. I thought I should put it on the record. After our hearings in chambers, which were confidential hearings, Mr. Shapiro and I came out, and we were out in the courtroom. We were just about to leave, and I had to go back into the hallway there, and something very disturbing occurred as far as I was concerned. As the court is aware, the commander, Holland, I guess his name is, of the Sheriff's Department, had said in all the interviews. And I then saw the district attorneys, the two district attorneys, going into the jury room to have a private meeting with the sheriff's commander. Now, that's been our concern from the very beginning, that this man who's over all the sheriffs who sit with our jurors would impart special information to the DA's office. I don't know what they were talking about. They didn't invite us back there, and I indicated to the court my concern right yesterday afternoon when this meeting was going on. We then left the court. But I think that it's certainly, from an appearance standpoint, it's absolutely outrageous to have something like that happen, and it's unfortunate. And I want to document it on the record. I did bring it to the court's attention right away, and the meeting, I don't know how long the meeting went on, but it did in fact take place, and I think it's entirely inappropriate for the district attorneys to meet with the representative from the Sheriff's Department who are sitting with our jury, and it only fans the flames, and I want to indicate that for the record, Your Honor.
All right, thank you,
very much.
Mr. Neufeld.
Your Honor, can Ms. Mazzola step back for 1 second, please?
Certainly. Ms. Mazzola. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on January 20th, you issued an order instructing all fact witnesses in this case to refrain from watching any television or listening to any radio coverage about the trial and testimony having to do with that in any way may pertain to the subject matter of their own testimony. As you may recall, when Ms. Mazzola testified on Thursday, she acknowledged that she had been listening to the radio coverage of the case and testimony. And in fact, there was a radio even in the toxicology laboratory that was broadcasting the trial live. She also mentioned that there are other radios all over the SID laboratory that are covering the trial live. In fact, there's a television in the cafeteria doing that as well.
I heard the testimony.
And, you know, Your Honor, two things. One is I realize that your order creates an exception for experts. I don't believe that Ms. Mazzola is an expert. First of all, she's a criminalist, one. I don't believe she would meet the criteria for an expert as you envisioned it when you issued this order. Secondly, and more importantly, Your Honor, to the extent that she does give opinion testimony, as does, for instance, Detectives Lang and Van Adder as well can give opinion testimony, they are first and foremost fact witnesses in this case, as opposed to the classic example of an expert, which I'm sure the court had in mind. Your Honor, I think it's one thing if a neighbor, for instance, who testifies, who was walking...
What are you asking for?
I'm asking for an instruction, Your Honor, to this jury that they should take into consideration the fact that apparently the prosecutors failed to instruct these witnesses at SID not to listen to the coverage of the trial. I'm also worried in a broader sense that every single witness, they have about 6 or 7 people from SID who are going to be testifying who are fact witnesses, and apparently the trial is being covered live as we speak throughout the SID laboratory, and all the people are listening to it on a regular basis who will be coming into court and testifying. I think that clearly violates both the letter and the spirit of your ruling. I think it's completely different, Your Honor, if a civilian witness who comes in here happened to watch something on the television, listen to it on the radio. But when you have people who are actually under the control, or at least there's some possible direct control here by the District Attorney's Office of the Los Angeles Police Department, and those people have not been admonished, or they've been admonished and ignored the admonition.
Have you drafted an instruction to the jury?
No, but I can do so during the luncheon break, Your Honor.
Mr. Goldberg?
Thank you. Your Honor, as I recall the court's order, and I read it, it did exempt expert witnesses. And the witnesses that we are calling are all expert witnesses. And we don't have a sliding scale for expertise where somehow people with PhDs are treated differently than people with bachelor's degrees. These are expert witnesses who are trained in crime scene processing. Other SID witnesses are expert witnesses who are trained in analysis and are going to be testifying as expert witnesses. If the court will recall the cross-examination on Mr. Fung, there are several things that I bring up. Number one, he was given a lengthy series of hypothetical questions. We don't allow those questions for anyone other than an expert witness. He was cross-examined about treatises that he's read.
The issue is Ms. Mazzola, not Mr. Fung.
Well, he just lumped.
Focus your attention on Ms. Mazzola.
Okay, but Your Honor, I don't distinguish between the two, and that's my point. I don't say that we have a sliding scale of expertise. She has gone to school. She has graduated. She has read textbooks on crime scene processing. She has been trained in crime scene processing. She is going to be asked to render certain opinions about what she did and the effects that it had, and so on. And what we are trying to decide is whether prospectively the prosecution had a duty to misinterpret the court's plain order that exempted expert witnesses.
Reinterpret.
Reinterpret. I think misinterpret. Because, I mean, it seems like there's a rule of statutory construction that unless there's some ambiguity in the language, you interpret it the way it's written. And that is what I did. But I just like to try to look at this prospectively from the prosecution standpoint. What has happened with our SID witnesses? They've been asked about things that they did not witness. Mr. Fung was examined extensively about a blanket that was placed upon Nicole's body that occurred before he arrived at the crime scene. He was questioned about the movement of objects that occurred before he arrived at the crime scene. He was questioned about whether the location had been cleared for footprints before he arrived at the crime scene.
You have to assume that since I was here, I was probably listening to the testimony.
I know, but I'm just trying to highlight the significant points of it. And they were asked about coroner's activity. One of the ways that you can question an expert witness is by giving them a hypothetical. And another way, and it is a proper way, is to ask the witness, have you viewed the testimony? Have you listened to the testimony? And based upon what you have heard, what opinions did you render? That is an appropriate way of questioning an expert witness. It's not used as frequently as the hypothetical, but it is used. And if our witnesses are going to be questioned as they have about things that they didn't witness, didn't hear, it would be proper, perhaps even advisable, if we had instructed them, not only do I not want you to avoid this, but I want you to sit down and listen to every single witness who testified about anything regarding crime scene processing, because you are going to be questioned about it. You are going to be asked to render opinions about it and conclusions about it. So you should look at the crime scene photographs, videotapes. You should listen to all of the testimony, because you are being held accountable in the cross-examination for all of that material. And as an expert witness, you can be held accountable for it. And there is no basis upon which to distinguish between any of our scientists at SID. And I think that kind of an instruction would be entirely improper. But what I would ask the court to do, and I was thinking about this before Mr. Neufeld raised it, is to instruct the jury, since they don't know, that the court did issue an order that exempted expert witnesses. I was thinking the exact opposite of what Mr. Neufeld is, because they have been implying through their questioning.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
That there is something improper about what has happened here. And what immediately occurred to me is, well, wait a minute. The jury should know that there is an order that exempts expert witnesses, and we would be asking for an instruction to that effect.
Have you drafted any such instruction?
No, I haven't, Your Honor, but I will draft an instruction. And what I would propose to do probably would be simply to draft an instruction that's along the lines of the language that the court used in its order, that says that we apply a different rule towards expert witnesses, and here was my order that I gave out to the prosecution and to the defense.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, the court will decline at this time to instruct the jury regarding this issue. The court's order regarding expert witnesses does cover anybody from the Scientific Investigation Division. It's not reasonable to expect a court to go witness by witness as to whether or not they're an expert given this particular category of witnesses. Secondly, the defense has the right to cross-examine as to what exposure Ms. Mazzola has had, and that is fair game for cross-examination. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Let's have Ms. Mazzola. Of the week, what's your guesstimate at this point, time-wise?
I think I'll be finished with this witness by lunch tomorrow, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll give you a much better estimate at lunch.
All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Andrea Mazzola is on the witness stand, and she is undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. Good morning, Ms. Mazzola.
Good morning.
You are reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Neufeld, you may continue.
Morning, Ms. Mazzola.
Good morning.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Ms. Mazzola, since we last saw each other on Thursday afternoon, have you had any prep sessions with the prosecutors since you left court that afternoon?
Vegas prep sessions.
Overruled.
I have talked with them a little bit, yes.
Well, have you met with them at their offices?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet with them on Thursday after court?
No.
Meet with them on Friday?
No.
Meet with them on Saturday?
No.
Sunday?
No.
Yesterday?
No.
Okay. When did you meet with them, this morning?
Yes, this morning.
This was the first time?
I believe so, yes.
Talked to them on the telephone over the, during the break? During the 4-day break? About this case?
I think I did.
You think you did?
I think I did, yes.
You're not sure?
I don't remember.
You don't remember speaking to prosecutors on the phone about this case during the last 4 days?
It
One
might
or the
have-
other?
It might have just been to tell me when to show up to court. I don't remember.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, when we were last in court on Thursday afternoon, you testified, I believe, that only after you arrived at Rockingham in the early morning hours and you listened to a discussion that Dennis Fung was having with the detectives, that Dennis Fung told you that given the nature of the case, that he and not you would be the officer in charge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And after he told you that he would become the officer in charge, the detectives then told you about the Ford Bronco for the first time. Is that right?
I believe so.
And the detectives took you and Fung over to see the Bronco. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's when they took you over to see the Bronco that you first began to fill out the vehicle search checklist. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And notwithstanding, Ms. Mazzola, yours and Dennis Fung's testimony that upon arrival at Rockingham, that he announced that he would be the officer in charge, that on the vehicle search checklist, which you began to fill out, I'm sorry, withdrawn. Isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, therefore, that even though you had been informed in advance of filling out the vehicle search checklist that he would be the officer in charge, that you nonetheless put yourself down as the officer in charge on that vehicle search checklist?
That's correct.
And by the way, that report, the vehicle search checklist, where you put yourself down as the officer in charge, that was done in pencil, was it not?
Yes.
And I believe that the reason that these field reports are filled out in pencil is so that if there are errors or omissions or mistakes, they
Excuse
can
me,
be...
Mr. Neufeld. Deputies, there are people in the back row who are conversing next to the photographers. Would you eject them from the courtroom, please? 2 individuals next to the photographers.
Do you want me to sit for a second?
No, go ahead. Proceed.
In fact, Ms. Mazzola, there are erasures in the original field notes, aren't there?
There could be, yes.
Well, have you looked at the original field notes in this case at any time since June 13th?
I think I had once or twice.
Do you have the originals with you?
Mrs. Robertson?
I think it's 11:07.
Ms. Mazzola, didn't you testify, in fact, on direct examination, that there were certain erasures on the field notes for the collection of items 18, 17, and 19? Didn't you just testify to that on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, so it was not unexpected for you and Dennis Fung to make erasures to correct errors in the notes, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yet, ma'am, no one erased your name as the OIC, the officer in charge on the vehicle search checklist, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You continue to have that title throughout.
Title,
Well, that your title on that report was never changed, isn't that right?
that's correct.
And that report was filled out even after Dennis Fung told you that he was going to be the officer in charge, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, is it really the policy and practice of the Los Angeles Police Department SID unit to name a trainee the officer in charge on a murder case?
I don't believe so.
Okay? Then when they referred to you, ma'am, as the officer in charge, and you put your name down as the officer in charge on these field note reports, is that some kind of game of make-believe that the LAPD wants you to play?
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't the real reason that you testified on direct examination that a decision had been made to name Fung the OIC after you filled out the cover sheet for Rockingham was because it was necessary for you to support Dennis Fung's testimony minimizing your involvement in this case?
Sustained. Sustained on both counts.
Had the prosecutors, before you took the witness stand in this case, Ms. Mazzola, told you that it was important for you to back up Dennis Fung's failure to mention you in the grand jury?
No, they did not.
Okay. Now, prior to June 13th, you had personally collected bloodstains in only 2 crime scenes. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
And at both those 2 scenes, you were a trainee. Isn't that right?
I was a criminalist 1.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you agreed, did you not, that you had testified on August 23rd that you were a trainee as of June 13th when you collected evidence in this case. Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
I was on probation as a criminalist 1.
Ms. Mazzola, didn't you also testify on August 23rd and acknowledge that on June 13th you were still a trainee?
Overruled. Overruled. Do you recall testifying to that, Ms. Mazzola?
I honestly don't recall.
All right, move on.
And Ms. Mazzola, even at your first 2 crime scenes when you were on probation, the supervising criminalist didn't bother to stay with you the entire time. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And even at your first 2 crime scenes when you were on probation, there were times when you collected bloodstains unassisted by a supervising criminalist.
That's correct.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, is it the policy and practice of the Los Angeles Police Department SID unit to deliberately leave a trainee alone, unsupervised, while collecting critical evidence in certain cases?
Sustained.
Is there a policy and practice of the LAPD that student or trainee, that probationer or criminalist participating in their very first crime scene collection matter should be there in an unsupervised capacity when they're collecting critical evidence?
Irrelevant, also it is critical evidence.
Overruled.
I do not know what their policy is.
Well, have they ever expressed to you, ma'am, a desire to have you simply learn from your mistakes when handling important evidence at a murder crime scene?
It's vague. Rephrase the question.
Is there a policy and practice of the LAPD SID unit that new probationers like yourself learn from mistakes when you're collecting critical evidence at a murder crime scene?
They argumentative.
Overruled.
When you are trained on how to collect evidence, you don't make mistakes on how to pick it up.
Ms. Mazzola, you're saying that it's impossible for you to make a mistake at a crime scene? I'm asking you a question.
I collect the evidence the way I was trained. That's the only way I know how to do it.
Ms. Mazzola, please answer my question. Are you saying that it's impossible for you to make mistakes when collecting evidence at a crime scene?
Mistakes can happen.
And mistakes do happen. Is that correct, Ms. Mazzola?
Overruled.
It's possible that they do.
And is it also true, Ms. Mazzola, that you can inadvertently make a mistake at a crime scene and not at that moment be aware of it?
It's overbroad and vague as to what kind of mistake.
Overruled. We're getting into speaking objections on both sides. I'm warning counsel at this time. Proceed.
Would you please restate the question?
No. He's going to ask another question.
Oh, okay.
Ask another question.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, was the objection overruled?
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay.
Ask it again.
All right. Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that inadvertent mistakes can be made by the criminalist at the scene, which may not be noticed at the time that the mistake is made?
That is possible.
So you really can't say, Ms. Mazzola, that you've never made any mistakes at the few crime scenes that you've participated in, can you?
That's true.
By the way, Ms. Mazzola, you mentioned on direct examination that at the first crime scene that you attended, that team received a commendation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how many items were collected by that team at that first crime scene?
I don't remember.
Well, at that first crime scene, your very first one, Ms. Mazzola, for which they received
Mr.
a...
Neufeld, I don't want to try that crime scene.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, Ms. Mazzola. Have you and Dennis Fung received any commendation for your crime scene collection in this case?
Overruled.
Not to my knowledge.
And in contrast to those first couple of crime scenes, Ms. Mazzola, where you were present, in this case, on June 13th of 1994, you were in fact the primary collector of bloodstains as opposed to Dennis Fung. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And the Simpson case was your very first case in which you were the primary collector of bloodstain evidence. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you personally collected almost all the bloodstains in this case on June 13th. Isn't that right?
Bloodstains, almost all.
Overruled.
The majority, yes.
To your knowledge, Ms. Mazzola, are there any written procedures of the Los Angeles Police Department limiting those crime scenes to which a probationer or trainee can participate in evidence collection?
Irrelevant to false figures.
Overruled.
To my best of my knowledge, I don't know if there is a policy or anything.
To the best of your knowledge, are there any procedures which say that you should at first handle crimes less serious than murder?
I do not know if there's a policy on that.
To your knowledge, ma'am, does the Los Angeles Police Department publish any guidelines at all as to how to supervise and train a new criminalist at a crime scene?
I don't know.
You've never heard of any?
I've never heard of any.
Well, to your knowledge, Ms. Mazzola, is each supervising criminalist free to allow you to do as much or as little as a particular supervising criminalist chooses?
Overruled.
I don't know. I'm not a supervising criminalist. I don't know what their guidelines are.
Well, you said you'd been to 2 previous crime scenes.
Correct?
It would be fair to say that those other 2 crime scenes, by the way, the other 2 crime scenes, was Dennis Fung your supervisor?
No.
And at the other 2 crime scenes when Dennis Fung was not your supervisor, you certainly were not the primary collector of bloodstain evidence, were you?
It was a team effort.
Ma'am, would you please answer my question? Were you or were you not the primary collector of crime scene evidence at the other 2 crime scenes that you participated in?
It was about 50-50.
Ma'am, isn't it a fact that at the first 2 crime scenes that you participated in, that you were not the primary collector of bloodstain evidence?
Sustained. Counsel, I'm really not interested in the other crime scenes.
Ms. Mazzola, since you've been at the Los Angeles Police Department, are you aware of the LA Police Department's Crime Scene Field Unit Protocol and Procedures Manual?
As soon as it's back on.
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Well, has it ever been given to you to look at?
No,
Has anyone ever instructed you to read it?
no,
Have you received during the year and a half that you've been with the Los Angeles Police Department any manual prepared by SID laying out the various procedures and rules that you are required to follow?
no,
Is there any written manual, ma'am, that you rely on when you go out to process evidence at a crime scene?
no,
Is there any book distributed to you to instruct you on how to conduct crime scene investigation?
no,
Well, ma'am, without a textbook and without a manual, am I correct in assuming that your authority and your teacher on June 13th was exclusively Dennis Fung?
Unintelligible.
we had been taught the procedures that SID wished us to follow. There was no written material given out as in the form of a manual or textbook.
Well, on June 13th, there's no manual that you can refer to for assistance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on June 13th, there's no textbook that you can refer to help you out on a certain matter of crime scene collection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the only person or the only authority that you could turn to on June 13th when you were at the crime scene was Dennis Fung. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, one of the things you've been taught to do, Ms. Mazzola, is to fill out and prepare crime scene investigation field notes. Is that right?
We have been shown the notes before, yes.
And these crime scene checklists and field notes are a series of reports and forms that you're expected to accurately and completely fill out in connection with crime scene investigations. Isn't that correct?
Unintelligible.
I was told to fill in the parts that were the most important.
And were you told, ma'am, to fill out these reports and forms contemporaneously with the activities that you're engaged in?
For the most part, yes.
And were you taught, ma'am, in your Los Angeles Police Department, I think you said you attended the Mini Academy, is that right?
Correct.
Were you taught at the Los Angeles Police Department SID Mini Academy that it was important to fill out these forms accurately?
Yes.
And were you told when you were in the Mini Academy that it's impossible to remember the sequence of every event at a crime scene investigation, and therefore it is essential to record and fill out these reports?
I don't remember.
Well, is it true that between, what day did you first start with the Los Angeles Police Department, Ms. Mazzola?
January 24th, 94.
From January 24th, 1994, until you testified at a hearing on August 23rd, 1994, it was your understanding, based upon what you had been taught, that you were required to fill out these reports, these field notes, completely. Isn't that correct?
I had watched the other criminalists in the field as they fill out theirs.
And when you had watched the other criminalists in the field fill out theirs, they filled out these reports completely, did they not?
Some did.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that it was your understanding when you testified on August 23rd that you were required to fill out these reports completely and accurately?
I believe I testified something like that.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that it was only after you finished testifying on August 23rd and you had testified to this duty to fill these reports out completely, that when you then got back to the LA Police Department SID lab, that individuals for the first time said, no, it's not necessary to fill them out completely. Isn't that what happened?
As I said before, I had seen other criminalists fill out portions, some fill out the entire forms.
Ms. Mazzola, I asked you, didn't you believe that up till August 23rd when you testified in this case, that is for the first 7 or 8 months of your employment, that you were required to fill out these reports completely?
I believe so, yes.
Not just to fill out portions, but to fill them out in totality. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say, Ms. Mazzola, that when you're actually conducting the crime scene evidence collection on June 13th, you don't know in your own head what's going to be important to an investigator or to a prosecutor 6 months down the road? Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And isn't that another reason why they want you to write everything down so other people later on will be able to reconstruct what happened?
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that you can't anticipate during the actual crime scene collection phase which details will be important to the investigation 6 months hence?
Oh, but you've already asked that question.
Ms. Mazzola, one of the requirements on these forms is to note for each item collected the location it is found. Is that right?
State's facts not in evidence requirements.
Overruled.
Yes.
And another item on the form is time, the time each item is collected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And another item that up until August 23rd, you believed you were required to fill out was by whom the item was collected. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And so, ma'am, if as recently as August 23rd you believed you were required to fill out these reports completely, you also operated under that belief when you were present on June 13th and June 14th to participate in the crime scene investigation of Mr. Simpson's case. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever receive any handouts from your superiors at the Los Angeles Police Department informing you of the importance of keeping accurate and complete records?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever receive a handout from your superiors at the Los Angeles Police Department entitled Quality Assurance and Quality Control?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Have you ever heard that term?
I've heard the terms before, but not in the context that you're
If I
speaking.
showed you a document, might it refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
May I, Your Honor?
You may. Please.
Just read this to yourself. Okay? Ms. Mazzola, I ask you again, have you ever received a handout from your superiors at the Los Angeles Police Department SID unit instructing you that you were required to keep complete and accurate field notes?
That page does not look familiar to me.
Okay, well, separate department actually receiving a handout at some point at this mini academy, did your instructors ever teach you that it was very important in terms of your professional responsibility, to make accurate and complete field notes? Is that something that they taught you?
I believe so.
Okay. And were you taught, Ms. Mazzola, that if swatches, for instance, were not properly marked, packaged, and identified, they could get mixed up?
That's correct.
And were you taught that if items of evidence were not properly packaged and identified, it made it easy for someone to tamper with those items?
That was never brought up.
You were never received any instruction at all during your entire time at this mini academy on taking measures to avoid evidence tampering?
No one would tamper with the evidence.
That's an assumption you're making, is it not, Ms. Mazzola?
Argumentative, sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you can certainly speak for yourself, is that correct?
Overruled.
I can speak for myself, and I know the people I work with.
And you're saying, Ms. Mazzola, that there's nobody who you ever met, who you know at the Los Angeles Police Department who would ever tamper with evidence, is that right?
The people I know wouldn't.
And Ms. Mazzola, you also said it was your impression that you've never made a mistake at all in the handling of crime scene evidence, is that correct?
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, would the people that you work with at the SID ever make a mistake in the handling of crime scene evidence?
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you said a moment ago that you had been taught to keep accurate and complete field notes during the
See
training.
counsel at the sidebar, please. Wait the call. Order. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that at least on June 13th, in these notes, Dennis Fung did not keep complete field notes?
That is a new question. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Well, when you got back to the laboratory, either on June 13th or on June 14th, did you tell Dennis Fung that he hadn't kept complete and accurate field notes for June 13th?
Overruled.
I didn't tell Mr. Fung anything like that.
Did you go to either Ms. Kessler, head of the laboratory, did you go to her and tell her that the person you were working with that day did not comply with the requirement as you believed at that time, that is to keep complete field notes?
No.
Did you go to Mr. Matheson, the number 2 person, and tell him that your teammate had failed to follow the requirement of keeping complete field notes?
Sustained. Did you tell anybody about this?
No.
Move on.
Is Ms. Mazzola, you said that after August 23rd, you were told that you do not have to fill out all the boxes and columns on these field reports. Is that correct? It's foundation, I'm moving into a new subject, Your Honor, yes.
She's already been asked and answered that question, Counsel.
Who taught you that some of these boxes and some of these columns do not have to be filled out, Ms. Mazzola?
I had just talked to some of the other criminalists.
Which criminalist, Ms. Mazzola, told you that you don't have to fill out every box and every column on these field notes? What are their names?
I
That's
don't-
irrelevant, Counsel. If that's what she testified to, that's the facts she's testified to. Who told her, doesn't matter. Let's proceed.
Were they supervisors?
They were more experienced criminalists.
Were they supervisors in the laboratory like Mr. Matheson and Ms. Kessler?
Overruled.
No,
They didn't tell you that, did they?
no.
And Ms. Mazzola, you were taught by Mr. Matheson and Ms. Kessler that these reports specifically were prepared to be filled out by criminalists at the scene. Isn't that correct?
No,
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you said, and I quote, that some boxes don't apply to the criminalist at the scene. Let's start with the box that says collected by, Ms. Mazzola. Is it your testimony that the box where they're asking you to write down who it is who collected each item doesn't apply to the criminalist at the scene? Yes or no?
as of June 13th, I was informed we were working as a team. The box was not necessary to be filled out.
Ms. Mazzola, the first time you were told that was August 23rd, that you didn't have to fill out all these boxes. Isn't that correct?
No, it was June 13th.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it relevant to know who collected the item of evidence for purposes of establishing a chain of custody? Were you taught that?
Not to really establish the chain of custody.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, were you taught anything about chain of custody in your training?
Overruled.
Yes,
And were you taught that the first thing one has to do in establishing a chain of custody is establish who the person is who actually collected the item of evidence?
Overruled.
Weren't you taught that?
I don't believe so.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, let's go on to the ID markings. There's a column on here that says ID mark, is that right?
Yes,
And the mark stands for identification markings, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Well, weren't you taught that what this column is for you to know what markings you put on a particular item of evidence so it can be identified at a later time as being a particular item that you collected? Weren't you taught that?
No,
Were you ever taught anything with respect to the purpose of the column on your field note report that says ID mark?
I don't remember.
Don't remember being taught that at all?
I might have been taught, I don't remember.
And Ms. Mazzola, on the crime scene checklist, there is a box question that says, has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how? Isn't there?
Yes,
And in fact, there is 4 lines that follow that question. Isn't that right?
I don't know the exact number of lines.
Well, they leave you space so you can answer those questions, don't they?
Yes,
And you would agree, ma'am, that that's a very important question, isn't it?
Overruled. Overruled.
yes,
Well, isn't it relevant to the overall investigation to know whether a crime scene has been altered?
yes,
In fact, ma'am, if a crime scene has been altered, it could render subsequent scientific analysis unreliable, couldn't it?
I don't have the experience to answer that.
Well, ma'am, for instance, if a blanket, for instance, okay, was used to alter the crime scene, and it left trace evidence where there had none been previously, that could render an analysis of certain trace evidence unreliable, couldn't it?
Overruled.
It's possible.
All right, and that's why the Los Angeles Police Department Scientific Investigation Division has asked you to fill out this question, has a scene been altered? And if so, by whom and how? Isn't that right?
Yes.
And they taught you in the SID Mini Academy that it's important to know who altered it and how it was altered so you would know whether or not subsequent analysis is worthless. Isn't that right?
No.
Well, wouldn't you want to know the extent to which a crime scene had been altered in understanding the value of evidence obtained at that crime scene?
Overruled.
For the most part, you can look at the evidence and sort of tell if it has been trampled through. People at the scene, when they first arrive, are extremely careful of what they touch, where they step, because of the fact that there is evidence present.
Ms. Mazzola, when you arrived at the Bundy crime scene, how many people were there inside the tape? Approximately.
I don't know.
Well, it was more than a dozen, wasn't there?
I don't know.
Well, there were several detectives.
It's vague.
Was there more than one detective inside the crime scene?
It's possible.
You don't remember? You don't remember who was at the crime scene when you got there, ma'am?
I don't know any of the detectives.
Ma'am, were there people wearing suits who weren't in uniform inside the yellow evidence tape when you arrived at the Bundy crime scene?
Yes.
There were several people who weren't wearing uniforms inside that tape.
Sustained.
Were there more than 5 people not wearing uniforms inside that tape?
I don't remember.
And there were people from the coroner's office inside that tape when you arrived at the scene, weren't there?
Yes.
And ma'am, isn't it fair to say that you cannot assume that no one altered the crime scene before you arrived? Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it correct, ma'am, that the reason that they asked you to investigate whether the crime scene had been altered is because they don't want you to assume it hadn't been? Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
We do not investigate who has been in the crime scene area.
Ma'am, are you required to investigate whether the crime scene has been altered?
What do you mean by investigate?
Are you required to make a determination as to whether the crime scene has been altered? Isn't that what SID wants you to do when you get to a crime scene, ma'am?
We're close.
What was the last question? I'm sorry.
Hasn't the SID unit of the LA Police Department instructed you to make a determination when you get to the crime scene as to whether it has been altered?
It's vague, overbroad as to determination.
Overruled.
Other than knowing who arrived, I don't see how we can determine if the scene itself had been altered.
Well, you think that one thing you might be able to do is to simply ask a detective whether or not he or she has done anything to alter the scene.
It's possible.
What did they teach you at the SID Mini Academy that you're supposed to do to answer this important question? Has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how? What did they teach you to do to answer that question?
Just get an idea of who had been there.
Well, once you get an idea of who had been there, Ms. Mazzola, don't you have to ask the people what they did so you can make a determination in your own mind as to whether or not they did in fact alter it? Didn't they teach you that?
Ask them what? When the first officers arrive on the scene, they are looking at the victims. They're not going to remember exactly where they stepped. I don't know what you are asking.
Ms. Mazzola, did they teach you at the SID Mini Academy that you were to ask the detectives whether or not they moved any articles of evidence? For starters, did they teach you that?
No.
They didn't teach you that. Did they teach you that to ask the officers who were there or detectives who were there whether they walked into a critical area where there may be shoe prints? Did they teach you that?
I don't believe they went into depth in that question.
Did they teach you to ask the detectives whether they brought any foreign matter into the crime scene, such as a blanket? Did they
No.
teach you that?
No,
So and correct me if I'm mistaken, Ms. Mazzola, so your testimony that you received absolutely no training on how to answer that question, that is, has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how? Is that a fair statement, that you really didn't receive any training on how to answer those questions at a crime scene?
yes.
Now, on June 13th, Ms. Mazzola, you started out by going to Rockingham, right?
Correct,
Then you went to Bundy.
right?
Then you went back to Mr. Simpson's house at Rockingham, is that right?
That's correct,
Then you returned to the laboratory.
correct.
And on the morning of June 14th, you were in the laboratory processing samples. Is that right?
Let's see, on the morning of the 14th,
When you first arrived.
I was working, filling out property reports for a car search we had done previously.
You didn't do any processing of samples on the 14th?
Not in the morning, no.
And you then went out and you went to the Bronco on the 14th?
Correct.
And is the reason you went out with Dennis Fung on the 14th to the Bronco because it's a standard LA Police Department SID procedure that once a criminalist becomes involved in the case, he or she continues with the case and subsequent searches and investigations?
For the most part, yes.
For the most part, there are exceptions to that?
If you are absolutely unable to get away, if you had to go to court or something like that, another criminalist would step in.
Okay, but aside from either illness or you have responsibilities testifying in court, it's the standard procedure at LAPD that once a criminalist is assigned to a case, that he or she sticks with it for each of these searches. And is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
And that's why you went back on the 14th to the Bronco with Dennis Fung?
Correct.
But in this case, ma'am, you didn't stick with this case beyond the 14th, did you?
That's correct. Well, I take that back. We did go for the Bentley.
And what day was that?
May I check my...
Please.
It was on the 30th.
On June 28th, you did not participate in the search of the Bronco, did you?
Overall.
No.
And on June 28th, you did not participate with Dennis Fung in the search of Mr. Simpson's home, did you?
No.
On each of those occasions, to your knowledge, Mr. Fung had another team member, right?
Speculation.
If you know.
I don't
Answer the
know.
question.
I don't know.
And on July 3rd, when Mr. Fung went back out to Bundy on a crime scene investigation, you didn't go with him on that occasion either.
No.
To your knowledge, Ms. Mazzola, was it Dennis Fung's decision that you be replaced on this case?
Seems back no evidence.
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, on June 28th, were you out sick?
I don't believe so.
On June 28th, were you in court testifying?
I don't believe so.
On July 3rd, were you out sick?
I don't believe so.
On July 3rd, were you in court testifying?
I don't believe so.
Do you know, well, who made the decision, Ms. Mazzola, to your knowledge, that you should not go out with Dennis Fung on those subsequent searches in connection with this case?
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence. Rephrase the question.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you were no longer his team member on those June 28th and July 3rd investigations, is that correct?
Sustained. Assumes facts that aren't in evidence, counsel.
You weren't present with Dennis Fung on either of those occasions, were you?
No.
And Your Honor, subject to connection, there's already been testimony about investigations done on
Wait.
those dates.
Wait. Ask your next
Sorry.
question.
Had you been told by anyone at SID that you would not be accompanying Mr. Fung on June 28th for those investigations in connection with this case?
No,
Had you been told by anyone that you would be not at SID, that you would not be accompanying Dennis Fung on the July 3rd investigation in connection with this case?
no,
No. Well, Ms. Mazzola, to your knowledge, was there a decision made by anybody at SID to replace you on this case?
Still assuming the facts not
Overruled.
I have no knowledge about that.
Now, let's just jump ahead a second to the June 14th search you did of the Bronco at the print shed, okay?
Okay,
And I believe you mentioned that you did what's known as a phenolphthalein test on the accelerator, the brake pedal, and the emergency brake pad. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And when you did those 3 tests, did you place a single swab of cotton on each of those 3 items? Is that what you did?
I was told just to use one swab and test all 3.
I'm sorry, what?
I was told to use one swab and test all 3.
Did you use one swab for all 3? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, so in other words, you used the same swab on the accelerator, the brake pad, and the emergency brake. Is that right?
that's correct.
Who was it who told you that you should use the same swab to do a presumptive test for blood on 3 separate items?
Mr. Fung,
Prior to your going out there on June 14th, had you received any instruction or training on the use of the phenolphthalein test?
yes,
And when you received that training, Ms. Mazzola, didn't they tell you that you should use separate swabs on separate items?
yes,
Well, when Mr. Fung, your supervisor that day on June 14th, told you to use the same single swab on 3 different items to test for the presence of blood, did you say to him, Mr. Fung, Dennis, this is not what I'm supposed to be doing? Did you say that?
no,
He was your supervisor that day, is that right?
yes,
And so you just followed his directions, is that right?
yes,
And is the reason you followed his directions that day, Ms. Mazzola, because you didn't want to rock the boat?
Overruled.
I wouldn't call it rocking the boat.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, this was a relatively new job for you, correct?
Yes,
You'd only been there since January of 1994.
correct.
Would it be fair to say you didn't want to lose that job?
That would not make me lose my job.
Ms. Mazzola, I asked you a question. Would it be fair to say you didn't want to lose that job?
Yeah, that's
Overruled.
If I had questioned Mr. Fung, that would not be cause for me to lose my job.
Ms. Mazzola, would it be fair to say you didn't want to lose that job at that point?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Okay.
She still has the job, and it's much later. I assume
I
she still
didn't,
wants the
right, I
job.
did not want to lose the job, and that would not make me
You
lose
were on
it.
probation at that time, weren't you, Ms. Mazzola?
Yes,
And the critical comments of supervisors could have an impact on whether or not you would pass that probation. Is that correct?
to some extent, yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, when you looked at those 3 items, the accelerator, the brake pad, and the emergency brake pedal, you did not observe any red stains on them, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose of this phenolphthalein test, Ms. Mazzola, is to learn whether there could be blood present, isn't that right?
That's correct.
In fact, there were stains that you tested on June 13th, which weren't even red, isn't that correct? I'm sorry, I see from a furrowed brow that it was an unclear question, I'll
Right.
withdraw it. Would you agree, ma'am, that some of the stains that you examined on June 13th, at Rockingham, for instance, weren't red stains, but nevertheless, you did a phenolphthalein test?
I can't remember.
Well, you did do some tests at Rockingham which were negative, correct?
Correct.
For instance, you looked at stains in the family room at Mr. Simpson's house, correct?
Correct.
You did a phenolphthalein test there and they were negative, correct?
Correct.
And you saw stains on the garage at Mr. Simpson's house, correct?
On the garage, I don't remember those.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at your notes, your field notes from that
Yes.
day? Have you been able to refresh your recollection?
Yes, do you mean the door leading out to the garage?
Well, I'm just asking you whether it's the garage. If it was the
Well,
door leading out, if that's your recollection,
Okay,
then that's your
that's
recollection.
correct. That was negative.
Wait, both of you can't talk at the same time.
Okay. Let me ask the question again. Did you also do a phenolphthalein test on some portion of the garage,
Correct.
and it was negative?
Correct.
Now, when you get a negative result on a phenolphthalein test, that's conclusive, isn't it?
Yes.
And when I say it's conclusive, does it mean to you, and you've been taught, that it can't possibly be blood if it's negative?
Correct.
However, a positive result, when that little swab turns that, I think you said magenta?
Magenta pink, yes.
Okay. Turns that magenta pink color, it's not a definitive result, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, all it means is that the stain could possibly be blood, right?
Right?
And the test that you do, this phenolphthalein test, it certainly isn't a test for human blood, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in your training at this, at SID, did you learn, in fact, that there are many other substances other than blood, which can also give you that magenta color, which are in blood?
Yes.
And were you taught, ma'am, that some of them are the juices from common vegetables and fruits?
Yes.
And were you also taught, ma'am, that even bacteria, germs, okay, that are invisible to the human eye, can also give a false positive when you do the phenolphthalein test?
I was not told about the germs, no.
We told about bacteria.
No.
We told about microorganisms.
No.
Well, you were taught how to do this test at the laboratory, is that right?
That's right.
When they taught you how to do this test at SID, did they encourage you to read scientific literature on the subject as well?
We did some reading, yes.
Okay. And was any of the reading that you did peer-reviewed articles in the scientific journals?
I believe one article was in a journal, the majority came from textbooks.
And have you ever read any scientific publication which talks about or describes how bacteria, invisible to the human eye, can give a positive test for the phenolphthalein test? Subject to connection.
Overruled. Have you ever read such a thing?
No.
Ma'am, in your training at SID, did they ever teach you to use what are called negative controls?
Yes.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a negative control is?
It is using the same item, be it a swatch or a swab that you will use to collect a stain or to run a test. You run the test on a different swab. it should be negative since nothing has been collected on the swab.
And ma'am, when you did the phenolphthalein test with the single swab on the brake pedal, the emergency brake, and the accelerator, you didn't use any negative control to see whether or not something else other than blood might be generating a false positive reaction, did you?
No.
And would you agree that other than the various vegetables and fruit juices and other substances that can generate a false positive, that sloppiness or carelessness on the part of a criminalist can also lead to a false positive?
I don't see how.
Well, let me ask you this hypothetical, Ms. Mazzola. If an inexperienced criminalist inadvertently touched an area where there is a blood stain on the carpet on the driver's side of that Bronco, inadvertently put their hand, even with a rubber glove, on either the pedal, the accelerator, or the brake pad, couldn't that leave a substance that would give you a positive result?
On the swabs we use? No.
You're saying that if you touched moist blood on the carpet and then brought your hand to the brake pedal, the emergency brake, or the accelerator, that absolutely could not generate a false positive or a positive result. Is that your testimony?
Overruled.
The swabs we use are not the normal Q-tips. They have an extremely long wooden handle. Our hands never come near the tip of the swabs.
What I'm asking you, ma'am, is not whether your hand comes close to the tip of the swab, but I'm asking you if your hand, at some other point while you're in the Bronco, touched accidentally, okay, if it did, it's a hypothetical, touched accidentally a blood stain on the carpet. If that hand then inadvertently came into contact with the pedals while you're down there, mucking about in the car, could that generate a positive result?
Hypothetically, it could.
Okay. Now, on June 14th, it was yours and Dennis Fung's job to collect every single blood stain on the outside and inside of the Bronco that was visible to you. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And each time that you set out to collect bloodstains in this case, for each stain that you collected, Ms. Mazzola, weren't you instructed to collect as much of the stain as you possibly could collect?
Yes.
In fact, you were supposed to collect the entire visible stain. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you were taught, ma'am, to keep swatching that blood stain until the blood was completely collected. Isn't that correct?
To get as much up as possible, yes.
And in fact, you've been taught by the laboratory that it was important to get as much up as possible in the event that DNA testing might be considered.
I think it was also just for basic serology, not necessarily DNA.
Okay. And on the morning of the 14th, you arrived at the print shed around 10:30?
May I check my notes?
Please. I'm sorry, do you have an independent recollection of what time you arrived?
No.
Okay, then please do.
Yes. Yes, it was around 10:30.
And you stayed there for approximately 3 hours? Okay. And when you were there during those 3 hours, the press wasn't there to distract you, were they?
We did not see them.
Okay. And was there a large group of detectives with you when you were at the print shed?
No.
So they weren't so the detectives weren't distracting you either that day, were they?
The detectives were really not a distraction to begin with.
In other words, Ms. Mazzola, when you were at the print shed on the 14th, you were able to pursue your tasks conscientiously and professionally, as best you could. Is that right?
As we did on the 13th, yes.
And so is Dennis Fung, correct?
Yes.
And during those 3 hours that you were at the Bronco on June 14th, you made a systematic examination of the outside of that car, didn't you?
Mr. Fung and myself, yes.
and you systematically examined the entire exterior of the Bronco for even the smallest yet visible specks of blood. Isn't that right?
Yes,
And you looked on the fenders, right?
we looked at the outside.
Well, the fenders are part of the
Well,
outside, right?
Correct,
And you looked on the doors,
correct,
top and bottom.
yes,
And you pointed out to Dennis Fung every single stain that you noticed, correct?
he was a little better at picking out the stains than I was,
And Dennis Fung pointed out every stain that he noticed to you, didn't he?
correct.
And isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that on June 14th, Dennis Fung never pointed out to you any dark red stains on the white metal portion of the sill on the driver's door, did he?
I don't remember if he did or not.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, did he point out any stains to you on that car, on the
Yes,
exterior?
yes,
You actually remember him pointing out some stains, correct?
yes,
In fact, you remember him pointing out a stain outside the passenger door, isn't that right?
yes,
You actually remember that independently.
yes,
And as you sit here today, you have no independent recollection of Dennis Fung ever pointing out to you any small stains on the sill of the driver's door. Isn't that correct?
that's correct.
In fact, you would... One moment.
Be a good spot, or do you need a few more questions on this line?
No, we could stop at this moment.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for the court reporter, 15 minutes. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, have any conversations with anybody about the case, conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. All right, Ms. Mazzola, you may step down.
She was filling out a report on another case. I'm asking that the people be compelled to instruct her to produce that report with her either this afternoon or tomorrow morning, preferably this afternoon, because what she did the morning of the 14th is a very relevant material matter which will be coming up in this court's examination. The people are well aware of it.
Any difficulty locating the report?
I don't know, Your Honor, because I don't know whether they can track it down per case. But I told counsel that just generally speaking, I didn't see how that could possibly be discoverable, and therefore I would oppose it.
All right,
just
we'll have a
doesn't-
hearing, 4:30.
What?
Excuse me?
4:30.
Okay, but I can even tell you in 10 seconds why it's discoverable, frankly.
4:30.
Okay.
Let's have the jurors. Ms. Mazzola, would you resume the witness stand, please? Let the record reflect, we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ms. Mazzola is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. Good morning again, Ms. Mazzola.
Morning.
You're reminded you are still under oath, and Mr. Neufeld, you may continue.
When we left off, Ms. Mazzola, you said that you had no present recollection of ever being shown any smears or red stains in the sill area of the driver's side of the Bronco door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had been taught, Ms. Mazzola, that if you had seen smears or stains, that you should photograph them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you had been taught one moment.
Certainly.
Show you what's been offered as Defendant's 1097.
Equals 197.
Actually, I don't think that photograph has any markings on it, so it's not, doesn't appear to be a court specific.
All right.
In fact, it may not be sent on the 7th, I'm not positive.
It is. All right, I'll accept.
It's Mr. Harris's representation that it's 1097.
Ms. Mazzola, just so there's no misunderstanding, when I talk about the white sill area on the driver's door, I'm referring to, did you know when I asked you those questions, that I was referring to that white strip of metal, which is under and next to the driver's door?
I had an
In that
idea
picture.
that's what
You
you
did have an idea?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, during your prep session with the district attorney,
Excuse me. Ms. Mazzola, please, let him finish answering asking the question before you start to answer. The court reporter can only write down one person at a time. All right, thank you.
in fact, during your prep sessions with the prosecutors, did they tell you that the issue of whether or not there were blood stains located on the sill area was an issue in the case? Did that come up at all during your prep
It
sessions?
came up, yes.
Okay. And one moment. In fact, Ms. Mazzola, the only stains or smears that you saw anywhere on the exterior of the car on the 14th was a couple of tiny specks on the passenger door. Isn't that correct? On the exterior passenger door.
From independent recollection, yes.
Well, show this. Next in order would be,
Defense, 1113.
thank you. Show you, that is 1113. that picture familiar to you? You recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it a picture of? I'm sorry. Is that a photograph of what is item 20 in this case that you referred to on direct examination?
Let me make sure that's the right.
Okay.
Yes. It is item 20.
That's on the passenger side, correct? The opposite side?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said you had been taught that if you had seen other stains or smears on the exterior of the car, that you had been taught that they too would have been photographed, correct?
Yes.
And you had also been taught, ma'am, that if you saw stains that could possibly be blood, that you were also instructed to swatch them. Is that correct? And bring them back to the laboratory?
If they were phenol positive, yes, we would collect them.
Okay, so you were instructed then to do a pheno test as well on stains?
If there was any question, yes.
All right. And obviously no pheno test was done on any portion of the driver's sill on the 14th, isn't that right?
I honestly don't remember.
Well, well, let me ask you this. If a pheno test was done, would it be recorded in your notes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please look at your notes to see whether or not any pheno test was done on the sill of the driver's door to the Bronco?
No, one was not done.
Excuse me?
One was not done.
Okay. Now I show you what is already in evidence as People's 197A. See that?
Yes.
Oral record to reflect that she is being shown this matter, however, on the Elmo. Do you want to show her the printout?
Sure. Let me show you another copy. This is 197B. This is prosecution's exhibit. Take a look at this as well. And does 197B appear to be the same image as appears on the Elmo, only a little bit better resolution?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Now, do you see the specks that are circled in that picture? There are 3 circles.
Yes.
And those specks that are circled, ma'am, they could simply be dirt, couldn't they?
It's possible.
Well, they're not red, are they?
From this photo, it's hard to tell.
Well, in that photograph, do they appear to be red to you, ma'am?
They actually look more brown.
Now, let me ask you a hypothetical, Miss Mazzola. You actually have seen the car, right? You've been out there?
Yes.
You've seen the car when the door was opened on the driver's side, when the door was closed?
Yes.
Here's the hypothetical. If Detective Furman said that he saw 4 brush marks on the lower area of the driver's door. Now, what I want you to assume for this hypothetical, Ms. Mazzola, is that these 4 marks that are circled in that picture are the same 4 marks that Detective Furman claims he saw. Would Detective Furman have had to open the driver's door to see at least 2 of those 4 marks?
It's argumentative.
Sustained. It's argumentative.
All right.
Rephrase it.
Ma'am, you see the location of the various specks that are circled in that photograph?
Yes.
To see the 2 specks on the upper circle, you see where the 2 circles are?
Yes.
Would the driver's door, have to be in the open position to see those 2 specks?
Overruled. Overruled. You can answer that question.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it would have to be open or closed.
I'll take a look at this. Next in order is
1114. All right, defense 1114.
Let me show you what the market defendants exhibit 1114. And where's the duplicate?
All right, appears to be a photograph of the Bronco.
And I will show you
Driver's side.
a duplicate copy of the same photograph. Here you go. So you can see it close up. If you had a chance to look at them both, and if you want more time, just tell me.
Okay, a little bit more time.
Okay.
Here we go. Now, here's the two questions. All right, Ms. Mazzola, have you had enough time to look at that?
Yes, I have.
All right, do you need a magnifying glass or anything like that?
No,
All right, proceed.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the photograph of the Bronco?
yes,
And that is a photograph of the Bronco at the print shed, ma'am?
yes, it is.
And that's the way it appeared on June 14th?
Yes,
And ma'am, now that you've had a chance to look at that photograph of the Bronco, I now ask you once again. Actually, can you show the other photograph? Having looked at that photograph, and now also, once again, looking at 1097. You see that on the monitor?
yes,
Would you agree, ma'am, that if the, you've seen that not long enough?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that in order to see the specs that are in the upper of the two circles, see the two circles
Yes.
on top of each other? That in order to see those two specs, the door would have to be in the open position.
Sustain, rephrase the question, foundation.
When you went out to the scene on the 14th, you systematically examined the Bronco exterior, did you not?
Overrule as to scene, do you mean the print shed?
At the print shed, right?
Yes.
In fact, that's what your vehicle search inspection list requires you to do, to make a systematic examination of the exterior of the car. Isn't that right?
Yes, it does.
And you did that.
Mr.
With
Bunn and
Dennis
myself.
Hahn.
Correct.
All right. And you examined the door of the car, correct?
Yes.
And you examined it both in the closed position and the open position, correct?
Yes.
And based on now what you examined that day in the open position and closed position of the door, and having looked at these photographs, would you agree that in order to see the specs in the upper circle, that the door would have to be in the open position?
Overrule.
It's hard to say. I'm not sure how far the bottom of the Bronco flares out. From the pictures, I can't say if it would have to be open or closed.
Ma'am, in the pictures that you have in front of you, doesn't the door of the Bronco come down flush with the outer edge of that sill? In the pictures that you have.
I'm not sure if it's flush or not. There's a bottom strip that could be out a little further. In the picture, it's a little hard to tell.
By the way, Ms. Mazzola, though, this was up, okay. To the best of your recollection, ma'am, you didn't even see the specs in that upper circle on the 14th, did you?
To the best of my recollection, I did not.
And you did not see the spec in the lower circle, did you?
No.
And you did not see the smear or grayish discoloration indicated in the third circle, did you?
No.
You didn't see any of those on the 14th, did you?
To the best of my recollection, I did not.
Right. Ms. Mazzola, you didn't see them the morning of the 13th either, did you?
I wasn't.
Overruled.
On the 13th, I don't believe I was looking that carefully.
Ms. Mazzola, you were shown the car on the 13th by the detectives, didn't you? Weren't you?
Yes.
And you walked over with the detectives and Dennis Fung to examine the Bronco, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you said that you personally even swatched the stain on the handle of the Bronco, didn't you?
Yes.
And that stain was pointed out to you by Detective Furman, wasn't it?
I'm not sure which one pointed it out.
Well, you were there when Detective Furman pointed it out to, well, I'm sorry, withdrawing. You were at the Bronco with Dennis Fung and other detectives when one of the detectives pointed out a small speck near the handle in the driver's door. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point in time, when that speck was pointed out to you and Dennis Fung, no other speck was pointed out to you and Dennis Fung on the exterior of the car. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember. I just remember the one on the driver's handle.
Well, with respect to your independent recollection, Ms. Mazzola, as it stands today, is it fair to say that you have no independent recollection of any detective showing you any other speck or stain on that car other than the speck next to the driver's handle?
That I can recall,
That's what I'm
No.
asking you. Your independent recollection. what you
my
can
independent
recall.
recollection, no.
Thank you. By the way, Ms. Mazzola, when you do a phenolphthalein test, have you been taught that there are confirmatory tests that you can do back at the laboratory?
That is why we collect the positive stains.
And the reason, I'm sorry, and the confirmatory test that can be done back in the laboratory would tell you whether or not it was in fact blood, as opposed to some other substance which created a false positive. Isn't that correct?
I am not in the serology section. I don't know.
Well, I'm not asking you for what test is done. I'm asking you whether or not you were told that there are tests that are done back at the serology laboratory to confirm whether or not an item which you suspected might be blood was in fact blood as opposed to something else.
It's possible, yes.
And there are also confirmatory tests that you've been taught about which can tell you whether something is human blood as opposed to some animal blood. Isn't that right?
I have heard of those tests, yes.
And as you sit here today, ma'am, referring to those specs that you collected under item 20 on the passenger door,
Yes.
to your knowledge, has there ever been any confirmatory test done to determine whether or not that speck on the door was human blood?
States back on evidence.
It's a stain. It's a vague question, which you're referring to item 20 in photograph number defendants 1113, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. Do you understand the question, Ms. Mazzola?
Item 20, the 3 specks on the passenger door. Is that what he's referring to?
Right.
What I'm asking you is with respect to the specs on the door, okay,
Okay.
item 20.
Right.
As you sit here
Excuse me,
today,
counsel. You keep on saying specs, and Mr. Harris put up another photograph. We're talking about 1113 passenger door specs 20, correct?
yes,
All right, proceed.
okay. With respect to those 2 specs that you see in the picture to the left of the number 20, to your knowledge, has there ever been a confirmatory test to determine whether or not those specs are human blood?
Or world, do you know if they were tested?
I do not know if they were tested.
When the detectives showed you the spec the morning of the 13th on the driver's door, not number 20, but the spec on the driver's door, that was right after Dennis Fung and the detectives had this discussion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was Dennis Fung with you when the detectives pointed out the spec on the driver's door?
Or world?
Yes.
Now, at both Rockingham and Bundy, did the detectives tell you which items to collect?
They showed us different items, and between talking with Mr. Fung, they all decided which ones should be collected as evidence.
Dennis Fung and the detectives decided?
Correct.
One second, Your Honor. During your training at the SID Mini Academy, did you receive handouts from time to time on how to conduct crime scene investigations?
We received various handouts, yes.
Okay. Ask this to be marked next in order.
11:15, offense 11:15.
I'll show you what's been marked as defendant's 1115. I ask you to take a look at it, read it to yourself. Ma'am, was that handout, I'm sorry, was that document one of the handouts that you were given at the LAPD?
I honestly can't remember if it was or not.
And seeing it doesn't refresh your recollection as to
No.
whether it was?
No.
In your presence, did Dennis Fung, outside the presence of the detectives, ever independently go out and look for evidence?
Not in my presence, I don't think.
When you arrived at Bundy that day, did the detectives make you wait until they removed both bodies?
Waited back on the sidewalk. Mr. Fung did not.
Well, did you wait back on the sidewalk because the detectives had asked you to wait?
No.
Well, had the detectives asked you to wait before you began your own work until the bodies had been both removed?
They did not ask me personally, no.
Well, did they ask Dennis Fung in your presence?
No.
Well, had you been taught, Ms. Mazzola, that when you first get to a crime scene, you are to make a quick search for perishable evidence? Is that something you've been taught at SID?
Yes.
And as you stood there when you arrived, you saw that the coroners were in the process of moving bodies. Were you not?
Yes.
Did you, when you first arrived, go forward then into the crime scene to conduct a quick search for perishable evidence?
I did not personally know.
And why is it that you didn't do that, Ms. Mazzola?
Because Mr. Fung was up in the area.
Well, did you actually, from where you were, standing on the sidewalk, you could observe Mr. Fung, couldn't you?
For the most part, yes.
And when you saw Mr. Fung go into the area, he was carrying the brown paper bag which had the glove in it, didn't he?
I don't believe he had it the first time he went up.
Right? The first time he went up, did you see Dennis Fung making an examination for perishable or easily movable evidence?
I don't remember seeing him.
You don't remember seeing him do that, do you?
No, I don't remember seeing him.
Well, you don't remember seeing him at all?
I saw him up in the scene. I do not remember exactly what he was doing.
Well, where in the scene was he when you saw him?
At what point, Counsel?
When you were standing out on the sidewalk and they were moving the bodies, what did you see, or where did you see Dennis Fung standing?
Up in the area where they were removing the bodies.
Was he on the sidewalk or was he on the steps?
I can't remember.
And do you have any idea what he was doing when he was in there?
No.
Well, now that you've done that examination, okay, of that crime scene that day, you do know that he wasn't removing perishable or other small items near the bodies. Is that correct?
No foundation for personal knowledge.
Overruled. Do you
I-
understand the question?
I believe so.
Right, go ahead and answer.
I do not believe that he was removing any perishable items at that time.
Nor was he removing any small items that were in close proximity to the bodies, was he?
No, he did not appear to be, no.
Did you say to Dennis Fung, before he walked into the crime scene, that we should quickly look for perishable and other small items since they're moving the bodies?
No,
Did Dennis Fung say something to that effect in your presence to the detectives?
in my presence, I do not believe so, no.
And you would agree that trace evidence can be transferred carelessly when bodies are moved?
It is possible, yes.
Well, you were taught that, weren't you?
Yes,
In your presence, did you ever hear Dennis Fung, your supervisor, tell the detectives not to move the bodies until he first made an inspection of the scene for perishable or other small items?
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
in my presence, no.
Now, at 7 a.m., you said that's when you arrived, or a little bit after 7 a.m., you arrived at Rockingham with Dennis Fung?
May I check my notes?
Sure. You don't have an independent recollection as to what time you arrived?
Not independent recollection, no.
Okay.
It was approximately around 7 a.m., yes.
And you said that you overheard the discussion that Dennis Fung had with the detectives at that time. Is that right?
Bits and pieces, yes.
And the detectives showed you around the grounds before you began collecting any stains. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And at that point, the detectives told you which items to collect. Isn't that right?
they pointed out items that they were interested in.
Well, when they pointed out items that they were interested in, they were telling you that the items that they were interested in are the items that you and Dennis Fung should collect. Isn't that right?
Those and others if we found any, yes.
Well, did you find other items out there in the driveway of Mr. Simpson's house other than what was pointed out to you by the detectives?
In the driveway, no.
And so as to the items in the driveway, the detectives told you which items to collect.
Yes,
But you didn't even bother collecting any of the stains until 8:15, isn't that right?
Sustained.
Sorry, you didn't collect any of the stains until at least 8:15, is that right?
may I check the time?
Sure.
The stain on the Bronco was collected approximately 8:15.
And that was the first stain to be collected.
Yes, it was.
The stains in the driveway were collected after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mazzola, did you, at any time after the discussion was over between Dennis Fung and the detectives, say to the detectives, wait, we should go to Bundy first and examine that scene before they move the bodies?
I did not know.
Did Dennis Fung say something to that effect in your presence to the detectives?
Not in my presence, no.
Now, what about, and that conversation would be around 7:30 in the morning, is that right?
Maybe a little before.
A little before 7:30, maybe 7:20.
Somewhere between the time we arrived and we started collecting.
Okay, so you didn't say anything to the detectives about the necessity of going to Bundy before they moved the bodies at 7:20 or 7:30 in the morning, is that right?
Asked and answered.
Sustained. Rephrase the question or move on.
Well, let's see, what about at 8 a.m.? At 8 a.m., you still hadn't collected the first stain, you knew at that point in time that there were bodies at Bundy that would have to be moved, did you not?
Argumentative compound.
Calls for speculation, too.
Well, had you been told prior to 8 a.m. that there were bodies in connection with this homicide case at Bundy?
Overruled.
I knew that there were bodies at Bundy.
And you knew from your experience and training that the coroner's office would be there to move those bodies, did you not?
I did not.
Overruled.
I did not know if the coroners would be there or not.
Well, you knew that at some point in time the coroners would come to the scene to remove the 2 victims, did you not?
At some point, yes.
All right. Did you ask the detectives whether or not the bodies had been removed yet at 8 a.m. in the morning before you started collecting stains at Rockingham?
No,
Did Mr. Fung ask the detectives that in your presence?
not in my presence.
Now, after you collected the drop on the Bronco, it was not until 9 o'clock that you began picking up the other drops in the driveway, is that right?
May I check the notes?
Please do.
Yes, approximately 9 a.m.
Okay. So at this point, you'd already been at the scene, ma'am, an hour and a half approximately, is that right?
Not quite an hour and a half.
And you knew that there were 2 bodies of 2 victims at the Bundy location, correct?
Yes, there were 2 victims at Bundy.
And you knew that, just from your experience, that at some point in time, coroners would have to move those 2 bodies, correct?
Yes, they would have to remove them.
And you'd also been taught, had you not, Ms. Mazzola, in terms of crime scene evidence collection methods, that it is preferable to examine the crime scene before bodies are removed for small items or perishable items. Had you been taught that?
Compound, small and perishable.
Haven't we gone through this already?
We have, I'm just trying to say that
We
there were
have.
3 different.
We have. Let's proceed.
Okay. Now, at both Rockingham and Bundy, photographs were taken of the various bloodstains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And for many of those photographs, were the photo cards set up by Dennis Fung?
Yes.
And in the photographs that were set up by Dennis Fung, one moment, let me help you. He did not place a ruler in the scene, did he?
I don't remember if he did or not.
Your Honor, with the,
Which board is this?
I'm sorry, what?
Which board is this?
Oh. It's People's 120.
Thank you.
Right. With the court's permission, may the witness step down?
Yes. What happened to our pointer there? Ah, there we go.
Ma'am, in your training at SID, were you taught that when you take a photograph of a bloodstain or other item of evidence, that you should use a ruler in the photograph? That's something you were taught.
No.
Well, did you receive a handout which described how photographs should be taken at crime scenes?
It's Vegas to photographs.
Overruled.
I believe we did, yes.
A moment. Okay. Let's just be marked for the next one.
11:16.
All right, 11, 6.
16, 16.
Thank you. Show you has been marked. Oh, sorry. Show you has been marked as defendants 1116. Ask you to take a look at those 2 pages. Mr. Zoller, is 1116, offense 1116, the handout you received on forensic photography?
I don't know if it's the exact handout that we received.
Could be.
It's possible.
Well, it calls for speculation.
Oh,
Say could be.
Could be, could not be.
But you say you recall receiving a handout on forensic photography, did you not?
Yeah.
Were you taught at the SID, Ms. Mazzola, that acceptable crime scene photography should tell a story by itself, absent of any written or oral narration? You taught that concept?
Something like that, yes.
And were you taught, Ms. Mazzola, at SID that the photograph should have some scale in it so a person who's looking at the photograph will know how big the object is?
It's vague as to what type of photograph.
overruled.
Were you taught that?
I don't remember if we were not.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, just for a second, look at what is here in this picture, photograph B on prosecution's exhibit 120. You see it?
Yes,
And you see a red stain in the picture?
yes.
And would you agree, ma'am, that if there was no ruler in that picture, a viewer would have no idea how large that stain is? Would you agree?
Yes.
And isn't it true that because of that fact, you were taught at SID that it is important to put some kind of scale or ruler in a photograph so when someone looks at the photograph, they will have an idea as to how large the stain is?
That is a possibility to have a ruler in the scene.
I'm not asking you whether it's a possibility, ma'am. I'm asking you whether or not your instructors at the Los Angeles Police Department Scientific Investigation Division taught you that for forensic photography, that you should put or instruct the photographer to put a ruler in the picture when you take a picture of a blood stain so that anyone else who's looking at it will know how big the stain is.
I don't believe they told us that. The forensic photographers know how to photograph evidence. It's up to them.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't the job of the criminalist to instruct and direct the forensic photographer at the scene? Isn't that one of your responsibilities?
It is the supervising criminalists.
Fine. So it's Dennis Fung's responsibility. Is that what you're saying? To instruct the forensic photographer how to take the pictures at the scene?
Excuse me, counsel, if you would, she was mid-answer when you started asking the next question. Allow her.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Would you please repeat?
So would it be fair to say that it was Dennis Fung's responsibility, as the senior criminalist at the scene, to instruct the forensic photographers on how to take the pictures of various items of evidence?
Not as to how, but which items he wanted photographed.
Weren't you instructed, Ms. Mazzola, to make sure there is comprehensive coverage of each item of evidence at the crime scene?
Yes.
And weren't you instructed, ma'am, to make sure that the forensic photographer takes close-up shots as well as distance shots of each item of evidence?
Photographers are trained to.
Sorry. I asked whether you were instructed to make sure that that happens. You being a criminalist.
We were given information on the way the forensic photographers photograph crime scenes.
Ma'am, who brings the numbers that are put down to identify different items for the photographer to take pictures of?
We do.
That's your job, the criminalist, right?
Right.
You set the item numbers down.
Correct.
And if you want the photographer, by the way, were you working with one photographer at Rockingham in the morning of June 13th?
I believe we were. I cannot be.
It was the same photographer who at least shot the different stains in the driveway with you, isn't that right?
Yes.
And it was Dennis Fung's job to instruct that photographer what he wanted in the photograph, wasn't it?
Sustain.
Yes.
And you said, man,
Excuse me. Sustain.
I didn't re-ask the question.
I understand that. I'm just advising the witness
Okay.
if I sustain the objection. Thank you.
And you
Excuse me.
said, I
Excuse
believe,
me, Mr. Neufeld, is there a reason are you still questioning as to?
now I'm going to question about the board,
All right.
okay? And I believe you said on direct examination that Dennis Fung was not with you when you collected item 7 and item 8 at Rockingham, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And he was with you when items 4, 5, and 6 were collected, isn't that right?
Yes.
And item 4 is shown in photograph A, correct?
Yes.
And item 5 and 6 is shown in photograph C, correct?
Correct.
Now, for items 5 and 6, is there a ruler in the photograph?
No.
Did Dennis Fung instruct the photographer to place a ruler in the photograph
Most respectfully, Mr.
in your presence? And I think you said, ma'am, oh, let me ask you this. Were you also taught that when taking pictures of blood stains, it may be important to know whether or not the blood stain has some direction, correct?
Yes.
And to know whether it has some direction, one would want to know whether the direction is north, south, east, or west, correct?
Correct.
And for that purpose, ma'am, weren't you trained at the SID that when taking photographs of blood stains, that somebody should at least put into the photograph an arrow pointing north? Weren't you taught that?
Excuse me, counsel. She's the probationary trainee. Mr. Fung was in charge, and there was a photographer taking these pictures. So this is interesting, but not tremendously relevant to this witness.
Well, there's only one photograph here that has an arrow and a northerly direction on it. Isn't that right?
It appears to be yes.
And that's for item 7, correct?
Correct.
And item 7, Dennis Fung wasn't with you when you collected it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the person who was with you when you collected item 7 was one of the more senior supervisors in the whole SID, correct?
Correct.
What's his name?
Mr. Steve Johnson.
And did Mr. Johnson direct that the N and the arrow be placed in the photograph?
I do not remember.
Well, did you direct that it be placed in the photograph? You may sit down again. Would you agree, ma'am, that in terms of the drops that were collected, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, that for those drops that do not have a ruler in the picture, there is no record of the size of those drops?
That is correct.
And would you agree, ma'am, that for the drops at Bundy, There is no ruler in any of those photographs.
I believe that is so.
You believe it's so that there is no ruler in any of those photographs?
That is correct.
And so would you also agree that there is no record for the size of any of the blood stains at Bundy, of the drops on the walkway?
That is correct.
And would you also agree that all blood drops are not the same size?
That is definitely correct.
And as you sit here today, 10 months later, do you have an independent recollection of the size of each blood stain at Rockingham and Bundy?
No.
And at any time while you were at Rockingham and Bundy, did Dennis Fung instruct you to note the size of each of the blood stains in writing on the field notes?
Overruled.
No, he did not.
Well, would you agree, ma'am, that the size of the blood stain is an indication of how much blood is present?
That is not necessarily so.
I said is one indication of how much blood is present.
It could be one indication, yes.
And would you agree, ma'am, that how much blood is present would indicate how much DNA one would expect to isolate from a blood stain?
I am not a serologist. I do not know.
Have you at any point in your instruction been told that the larger the blood stain, the more DNA one would expect to get from the blood stain? Has that been taught to you?
Sustained. She's already testified to that issue, counsel.
Ms. Mazzola, did you personally do the phenolphthalein test on the spec next to the driver's handle?
Yes.
And did you do that at the direction of Dennis Fung?
Yes.
And after you did the phenolphthalein test, and it came up magenta, pink, you collected that swatch, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, to this day, Ms. Mazzola, has any confirmatory test ever been done to make sure that that speck was human blood? No.
Overruled. Do you know if any confirmatory test was done on that?
I do not know.
Proceed.
Now, back at Rockingham in the morning of June 13th, isn't the fact that you personally and exclusively collected every drop of blood that was seen at Rockingham?
Mr. Fung assisted on a few of the drops.
When you say that Dennis Fung assisted on a few of the drops, what do you mean by that?
But he also took some swatches.
And on which items do you now say he also took some swatches?
Rephrase the question.
You say this morning that Dennis Fung assisted you on some of the stains.
Correct.
And you say that you mean by assisting you that he took some of the swatches.
Correct.
Do you mean that for some items you took some swatches and he took some swatches?
Correct.
So on each of the items, you personally took swatches,
Correct.
but at least as to some, he also took some swatches. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, when you testified on direct examination and cross-examination last Thursday, didn't you say that with respect to items 4, 5, and 6, that Dennis Fung alone was the collector of those items and not you? Wasn't that your testimony just this last Thursday?
I don't remember if it was or not.
You said one more, Your Honor?
Zola, you testified on August 23rd, 1994. Didn't you testify that you alone collected all the drops of blood at the Rockingham location?
Page.
Counsel.
Page 698.
You put up the slide. Okay. I will check, because this is been asked and answered.
It's in different context, Your Honor.
Same exactly.
I'm sorry, 698? What line, Counsel?
Line 21.
Objection sustained.
Oh, Ms. Mazzola, when you testified on when you testified on August 23rd, 1994, do you recall me asking you which items you collected at Rockingham? Do you recall me asking that question?
The objection was sustained, Counsel.
This is a different quote I'm getting at, Your Honor. It's a
All
different
right.
portion of the transcript.
Proceed.
It's page 700, line 6 to line 18.
Line which?
Line 6 to line 18.
Proceed.
Would you please restate the question?
Ms. Mazzola, when you testified on August 23rd, 1995, were you asked by me which items you personally collected at the Rockingham scene that morning?
Excuse me, I don't remember the exact question. It might have been something like that.
Well, were you asked to distinguish those items that you collected personally as opposed to those items that you collectively collected with Dennis Fung?
Well, I'd ask for a page, line, site.
700, starting at 6.
Were you asked that?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
And isn't it a fact, ma'am, that when you were asked which items you collected at Rockingham, that you understood that question to mean those items that you personally collected as opposed to those items which you collected with Dennis Fung? Isn't that correct?
I'm going to sustain the objection. That's not the way this question is phrased, Counsel.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Were you asked these questions and did you give these answers in sworn testimony on August 23rd, 1995? Referring to page 700, line 6 to line 18. You have it?
Yes. I'd object to the record that this is not inconsistent.
Overruled.
You could forgot. No, I said we not. What's next in order, Your Honor?
No, it's in the record already, Counsel.
Your Honor, I would object to this procedure.
Overruled. You can read it.
What?
Read it, Counsel. Proceed.
Thank you. Were you asked these questions by me on August 23rd? Did you give these answers? Question. And after you removed that stain on the Bronco, you then began to collect the stains leading up the driveway toward the front door of Mr. Simpson's house?
Wait, take it down. It's not inconsistent. Doesn't say all the stains, it says stains. Take it down. Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, when you were asked about the stains that were collected on Rockingham on August 23rd, did you ever testify that Dennis Fung collected even a single stain?
I don't remember if I did.
Did you testify that Dennis Fung even assisted in collecting a single stain?
Wait a minute. It's irrelevant unless she was asked.
Sustain.
Was it your understanding when you were asked questions about the collecting of stains at Rockingham, Ms. Mazzola, that the questions were being asked of what you personally collected as opposed to what you collectively collected with criminalist fund?
Overbroad.
Sustain. I'm going to sustain the court's own objection under 352 now. This is too confusing given the state of this particular transcript. It's not clear. The question was not clearly asked. Proceed.
Did you follow the one moment. Ms. Mazzola, a few moments ago you testified that you and Dennis Fung together each swatched portions of stains 4, 5, and 6. Is that correct?
This has been asked and answered on the
Overruled.
He assisted on some of them. I'm not exactly sure which exact stain.
Ms. Mazzola, 5 minutes ago, didn't you say with some degree of certainty that it was items 4, 5, and 6 that Dennis Fung and you did together?
compound and states the evidence.
Overruled.
We were both there working. I am not sure exactly if he took swatches from every stain that I did or if he took swatches from one.
I'm not asking you about every stain, Ms. Mazzola. I'm simply asking you whether or not you testified before these ladies and gentlemen of the jury just 5 minutes ago that Dennis Fung and you together each did swatches for stains 4, 5, and 6. Was that your testimony, ma'am?
I'm not sure if I said 4, 5, and 6, or portions of
Portions of 4, 5, and 6.
1 or 2.
This, so you're now saying, Ms. Mazzola, that you're not sure which of items 4, 5, and 6 that you both together swatched some of the blood from? Is that your current testimony?
That's vague.
Well, did you not say just a few minutes ago to this jury, Ms. Mazzola, that both you and Dennis Fung together each swatched portions of the stain for items 4, 5, and 6?
I'm not sure if I said that both of us took swatches from 4, 5, and 6, or it could have been 1 or 2. I don't remember.
But at least it's your recollection that both you and Dennis Fung took swatches from at least one of those 3 items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When you testified just this last Thursday for the same jury at this trial, Ms. Mazzola, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers, referring to page 23851, beginning at line 4?
3. Proceed. Certainly.
Okay. Were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question. Ms. Mazzola, you said a moment ago that you testified this morning on direct examination that it is now your recollection that Mr. Fung, and not you, collected the drops, item numbers 4, 5, and 6. Is that correct? Answer, that's correct. Did you give that answer to that question last Thursday?
If you have it, I guess I did.
You don't recall? You don't?
Overruled.
Would you prefer to actually read it yourself, ma'am?
No, that's fine. I'll take your word for it.
Ms. Mazzola,
Overruled. Excuse me, counsel, when other counsel's making an objection, would you at least allow them to finish? Thank you.
Certainly.
Proceed.
so Ms. Mazzola, on Thursday you testified that you were not involved in the collection of 4, 5, and 6, and that Dennis Fung collected that. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Is that correct?
At the time, I thought that Mr. Fung alone had, yes.
That was as recently as last Thursday.
Yes.
And now today, you have a different recollection of what transpired back on June 13th, 1994? Is that your testimony, ma'am?
Yes.
And when you testified on August 23rd, 1994, at that point, it was your recollection, was it not, that you had personally collected all the blood drops at Rockingham? Is that correct?
Sustained.
Have you looked at any notes to refresh your recollection between Thursday and today that led you to change your mind from Thursday to today's testimony with respect to who collected what on items 4, 5, and 6?
Notes, no.
Have you looked at any videotapes to refresh your recollection so that you would change your memory as to who collected what portions of 4, 5, and 6?
Videos, no.
Have you looked at any documents to refresh your recollection that you didn't have available to you last Thursday so you could have a different memory as to who collected what with respect to items 4, 5, and 6?
Documents, no.
Did you have a conversation with any members of the prosecution staff between last Thursday and today with regard to who collected items 4, 5, and 6?
No.
Did you have a conversation with Dennis Fung between Thursday and today as to who collected items 4, 5, and 6?
No.
But you now say that it's your recollection has changed your memory of what your involvement was with regard to items 4, 5, and 6 from just this last Thursday to today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And ma'am, it would be fair to say, I think you said it earlier, that you never wrote down in your notes which of you collected which items, is that right?
That is correct.
And so the only way you can recall or testify as to who collected which items is strictly from your independent recollection, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Has your memory of who collected which items been aided by the prep sessions that you had with the prosecutors in this case?
No.
Did the prosecutors ever tell you that it was important that you give some credit to Dennis Fung for his involvement in this case?
No.
Did they ever tell you that it was important for you to enhance Dennis Fung's involvement in the collection of bloodstain evidence?
No.
In fact, your supervisor, Dennis Fung, didn't even supervise you with respect to the collection of every stain, did he?
Of every stain, no.
He was off collecting other evidence when you collected some of the stains in this case, didn't he?
Yes.
When you collected a stain on a wire the afternoon of June 13th, excuse me, your supervisor was not there to observe you, was he?
That's correct.
And when you collected items 7 and 8, Dennis Fung was not there to observe you, was he?
That is correct.
Now, I want to show you an evidence board prepared by the prosecution.
Proceed. Proceed. We'll take it up at noon.
Now, at Bundy, ma'am, as opposed to Rockingham, isn't it true that you collected every single drop of blood at Bundy, with the sole exception being the stains from the 2 bloody shoe prints?
Exclusively, no.
Well, ma'am, were you aware of the fact that when you were, on August 23rd, when you were asked about which drops you collected, did you understand the question to be directed at what you personally collected as opposed to what you collected in conjunction with Dennis Fung?
I do not recall if I knew that was me personally versus us as a team.
Your Honor, I ask the court's permission to now read the page 700 to the witness for that limited purpose.
Must sustain the same objection because of the manner in which this transcript reads, counsel. It's not a clear question that was put to the witness. Proceed.
You testified on August 23rd, referring to page 735.
I think this was asking it to free.
I haven't even asked this question, and I haven't read this portion of the transcript on cross-examination.
I'm sorry, that was correct. Sorry.
Which line, Councilman? 735, what line?
1 second, Your Honor. Beginning at 734, line 27. And ending on page 736, line 1.
Starting
734, line 27.
Proceed.
You testified on August 23rd, 1994, when you asked these questions and you give these answers. Question, in which, I'm sorry, at Bundy again, were there certain bloodstains that you collected and other bloodstains that were collected by Mr. Fung? Answer, yes. Question, in which bloodstains were collected by Mr. Fung? Answer, I believe he collected the red stains that were near the shoe prints that were made on the walkway. Question, would you please look at your notes and tell me which numbers those are? Question, and when you say that, you say he collected the actual foot shoe prints, or he collected alleged drops that were near the shoe prints. Answer, he, if I remember correctly, took swatches of the red stains that were constituting the footprint itself. Question, can you tell us which ones those were, please? Answer, property items 55 and 56. Question, and that is it? Answer, yes. Question, all other bloodstains at the Bundy crime scene were collected by you, ma'am? Answer, yes. And while he collected 55 and 56, were you collecting some of your bloodstains? Answer, yes. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers under oath on August 23rd, 1994?
Yes.
And on August 23rd, 1994, ma'am, would you agree that the events of June 13th were fresher in your mind than they are now 10 months later?
Not necessarily fresher.
Well, would you agree, ma'am, that your memory of an event that happened 2 months previously is stronger than your memory of an event that happened 10 months previously?
I had not thought of the events of June 13th since we had gotten done with the property reports up until the time I walked into this courtroom for the Griffin hearing.
Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that your memory of an event that happened 2 months prior to your testifying is fresher than it is when you've had 10 months gone by?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Well, Ms. Mazzola, June 13th you collected these items, is that right?
Yes.
You didn't do a single other crime scene between June 13th and the date you testified on August 23rd, did you?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, are there any other notes that would refresh your recollection as to whether you did?
I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, ma'am, do you have an independent recollection of doing a single other crime scene between June 13th and August 23rd?
Independent recollection, no.
And Ms. Mazzola, when you did this crime scene with Dennis Fung on June 13th, it was an important crime scene to you, was it not?
Every crime scene is important.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you said when you were told to come to court in this case, rather than being told it was the Simpson case, you were simply told by someone it was the case, correct?
Those were her words, not mine.
I understand that, Ms. Mazzola, but is that what you were told?
That's what I was told,
And when
yes.
this person said to you, it is the case, didn't you know that what she meant was the case of Mr. Simpson here? Didn't you know that?
I had an idea.
Ms. Mazzola, were you aware that just the previous day, August 22nd, your partner in this crime scene collection, Dennis Fung, was testifying in this courtroom before a national television audience? Were you aware of that?
Sustained. We've gone through this once before.
I thought it was in a different context, Joe.
Same testimony. You've heard it.
And, Ms. Mazzola, you're relying exclusively on your memory, on your independent recollection when you testified on August 23rd, correct?
That and Mr. Matheson's notes.
Well, Mr. Matheson's notes were the original notes that you and Dennis Fung took on June 13th, isn't that correct?
I don't know if they were the originals or not.
Well, the notes well, were they copies of the notes that you and Dennis Fung took then, on June 13th?
They could have been copies, yes.
Or originals?
That's true.
And what those notes were was the sum total of all the notes that you and Dennis Fung took on June 13th at Bundy and Rockingham, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that would constitute the field notes and the crime scene inspection list that this jury has already seen, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there are no other notes, are there, that were prepared by you that you've used to refresh your recollection today?
No.
And there were no other notes other than those notes that you relied upon to refresh your recollection when you testified on August 23rd, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And when you testified on August 23rd, ma'am, isn't it a fact that there is no note saying which items you personally collected and which items Dennis Fung personally collected?
That's correct.
And so between August 23rd and today, ma'am, it's not as if you've had additional notes to look at which will help you remember which items Dennis Fung collected as opposed to which items you collected. Isn't that right?
Sustained, as phrased.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, are there any other notes, other than your field notes, that you got from Mr. Matheson that day that indicate which items you collected and which items Dennis Fung collected?
Notes, no.
And there are no notes, ma'am, or reports that were prepared by you that you looked at on August 23rd, which indicated which items you collected and which items Dennis Fung collected, correct?
We're there. All right,
Can I just ask two more questions and I'll finish this area?
two more. Slower, though. However, the court reporter is about to go on us.
So both today and on August 23rd, you're relying exclusively on your independent recollection as opposed to any documentary evidence to recall which items you collected and which items Dennis Fung collected, correct?
Memory and photographs.
Have you seen a single photograph showing Dennis Fung collecting items 4, 5, or 6?
At the Griffin hearing, I did not have a chance to look at the photographs before.
Ma'am, I'm simply asking you this. Please, have you seen a single photograph between June 13th and this morning or this afternoon that shows Dennis Fung collecting items 4, 5, or 6?
No.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, allow anybody to communicate with you, or conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Counsel, I'm going to direct you to confer about that one exhibit that Mr. Newfield was interested in. All right. If there's any problem, let me know at 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. The two items that Mr. Neufeld you requested, or the three items, they're back. Do you need any of the time to set that up? Mr. Scheck, why don't you give your partner a hand here?
Your Honor, also there are some legal issues as to matters that they'd like to use during cross-examination that perhaps bring up before the jury comes back.
Such as? Why don't you move that easel back, just so the jurors can... No, just move it back so when the jury comes in, they don't step over it. Thank you. All right. Let's proceed. Comments out of the jurors, please.
Can we bring up those issues, Your Honor?
I haven't seen anything yet.
I don't understand. Well, one of the issues is the defense would like to use a demonstration video that the prosecution created, which is a video that was done simultaneously to the demonstration boards of the blood collection. And I don't object to the use of the video portion of the tape per se, although it's probably not relevant. But there's an audio portion of the tape that basically doesn't contain anything other than my own conversations with the cameraman and with one of the criminalists as to how best to create that evidence, how best to edit it, how best to present it to the jury. And we ended up never using it. Probably I should not have released those comments to the defense on the grounds that they are privileged work product. But I was confident that there was so little to them that I just gave them the entire tape and didn't realize until later that I shouldn't have done so.
Mr. Neufeld?
But at any rate, I don't see any relevancy to them, and I don't know why counsel would want to play those.
Mr. Neufeld?
Could I ask Ms. Mazzola to please step out during this discussion?
Sure. How long is this videotape?
7, 8 minutes, maybe?
Do you intend on having the audio portion with counsel's comments?
Absolutely, Your Honor, because they're not just counsel's comments, Your Honor, they're counsel's instructions to the witness on what to do at certain points. And not only is counsel giving instructions on what to do, but counsel is actually conveying certain important messages of bias to the witness during the course of that videotape.
When do you plan on using the videotape?
Maybe in about 45 minutes.
Let's see the tape.
Okay.
No. Don't worry about it. It won't be in the final video.
Turn this down then.
Okay. Anytime you're ready.
Is that as close as you get when you take the add a little bit more. So,
We'll try to put extra cuts later.
Okay, is there any very well?
Looks like they have it's not something that generally don't just be honest.
Is the video part done now? You're gonna do flash photos now?
When you're done, yes.
So tell me when you're done. So now we're done with the video part?
No, it's just an every
Okay, then I'll just give it, you start your flash and then it's okay, I'll just use number 5 as my example.
We're gonna get out that little part where students splashes.
I didn't think I got it.
Oh, you didn't?
But if it's on there, it's on.
No, I mean, is there edit it out? Of course.
If it's on there, I'll edit it out.
But then we got a gap.
Oh, it'll be like 3 pieces of video cut together. Flash it up now?
Yeah, it's on. Let's have entry on those, so that instead of starting, you gotta put out the top.
Why don't you just turn your.
Yeah, just like that, that'll be fine.
Good. That's okay. For example, so you could leave like the central area. We're leaving it basically where it's shown that it's not great. This thing is not something you can produce it around the thing. And it also shows that it's not 50 goes. I want to go to the inside. Okay. Show to the cat, I can see the cat. But yeah.
Mr. Newfield.
Thank you. And I take it from what Mr. Goldberg said that he's not objecting to the playing of the tape. His objection is to the sound portion, so I will restrict my comment to the sound portion. Your Honor, the portion I believe that Mr. Goldberg is concerned with and doesn't want to be played in front of the jury goes as follows. We made actually a transcript of the one small segment which we believe is certainly relevant and should be played to the jury, although we're not opposed to playing the rest of the soundtrack. And it goes like this. By Mr. Goldberg, is there any way we can get out that little part where she drops some of the swatches? Answer, I don't think I got it. Mr. Goldberg, oh, you didn't? Then by the camera operator, but if it's on there, it's on there. Mr. Goldberg, no, I mean, is there any way you can edit it out? Camera, of course. If it's on there, I'll edit it out. By Mr. Goldberg, but then will you have a gap? Camera, no, it will be like two pieces of video cut together. Now, clearly, this is all going on. This discussion about what to do with Ms. Mazzola dropping the swatches on camera is going on in her presence. There's no question that it's on in her presence and she hears it, although I'll certainly ask the proper foundation questions when she testifies. It is our position, Your Honor, that the prosecution is sending a message to Ms. Mazzola that they want to, in this entire evidence collection process, make it seem as simple as possible, that no accidents can possibly occur, that as Ms. Clark said in her opening statement, it's no different than wiping up a spill in the kitchen. That's exactly what they tried to do on direct examination as well of this witness. And clearly the tape shows that it is more difficult, that things can go wrong. In fact, Your Honor, we would ask this witness whether the reason that she said on the witness stand on direct examination that, yes, I've dropped some swatches, but that doesn't matter, you just get rid of them, but denies having ever dropped a swatch with blood on it, is she was prepped in anticipation of the fact that this videotape would be played to the jury to admit that, yes, I do drop swatches sometime because the jury was going to see that. But she didn't have to admit any of the other kinds of mistakes that can occur because at least as to those mistakes, we don't have a videotape record of it. So I would be permitted to ask her these questions to show her bias and to show her state of mind. And the fact of the matter is that she was sitting there, she heard all this said by Mr. Goldberg, he is the prosecutor, and it is to influence her, the way she deals with the whole issue of making mistakes at an actual crime scene. And that's why it's admissible. 1 second.
Mr. Goldberg.
Well, I guess I'm not going to be winning an award at the Cannes Film Festival this year.
I'd say Morris Dees is not shaking in his boots, no.
What? Yeah. I guess it's kind of like watching ice cream melt, and I don't mean Haagen-Dazs. But, Your Honor, what I've heard from the defense here is really absurd. And I think it's very clear what they're trying to do, and it should not be allowed. What we have is a situation where the people are creating a piece of demonstrative evidence. That's all this is. And it is clear from all of my comments that that is what is going on, including comments like, you don't need to collect more than one swatch because one is enough for them to get the general idea. Or can you please turn this way so we can get a better shot of you filling out the card? We are entitled to create this piece of evidence and make it as perfect as we like. we are entitled, as I at one point thought of doing, adding graphics, adding sound, subtracting from the tape, adding to the tape. I could have scored it to the theme music of Mission Impossible if I'd wanted to, which I actually thought of doing. We are entitled to create this any way we want to. And what counsel is really trying to do is he's trying to suggest that there's something wrong or untoward that has gone on here in terms of the creation of this documentary piece of evidence. The distinction is that we are not documenting an event. We are not trying to record a historical event, but we're trying to illustrate
Isn't the
something.
issue, though, work product and the preparation of demonstrative evidence?
I
Isn't that the
realize
issue?
that, Your Honor, and it is work product. And I believed that this was the kind of thing that the defense would not try to use, that there was no reason to redact it out, and then subsequently changed my mind after the tape had already been released to them in a convoluted series of facts that we need not to get into. I don't think that they're relevant. I'm sure Mr. Neufeld would agree. But no, I probably should have. And it is work product. It is my discussing the creation of exhibit. And more importantly, it's not relevant. And I point out that that what we have in a chronology is we have a situation where I talked about doing something that I'm entirely within my rights to do, but did not do, and maintained the evidence unedited, and then turned it over unedited to the defense. So the idea that they would now come forward and try to argue that there's some impropriety, where we have a situation where I'm discussing doing something that I'm entitled to do that I didn't do, and that the only reason why they know I even discussed it is because I turned it over to them and maintained it. And for them now to try to introduce that into this case as an issue is grossly improper, and it should not be allowed. It doesn't have any relevance whatsoever.
Briefly.
Fine, two things, Your Honor, just so the record, at least on how this tape was received, is clear. In fact, Mr.
Counsel,
Goldberg.
I don't care how you got it. You
Well, he
got
didn't-
it.
Okay.
The issue is, how do you get over the work product problem? And how do you get over a 352 objection?
Well, it's not work product, Your Honor, because what we're introducing it for is simply his statements in the presence of this witness to influence her testimony on the witness stand. And any statements that a lawyer makes in the presence of a witness which has the effect of influencing her testimony is admissible because it goes to her bias. That's how it comes in. And even if it wasn't his intent, even if it wasn't his deliberate intent to influence her testimony, it has that effect. And we're allowed to argue that it has that effect to this jury. That's an inference that they're permitted to draw. Clearly, the statements were made in her presence. That's the point. That's not work product. In terms of 352, I don't see that as a big problem here, Your Honor, because certainly it has probative value as to whether or not he said in her presence, you know, let's try and get rid of the portion where you're making this mistake, where you're dropping these swatches. That is a very important message being conveyed to her, that the prosecution in this case wants to make this whole procedure look as simple as possible and wants to cover up any kinds of mistakes that can and do happen.
Which is why they gave you the tape with her dropping the swatches.
No, well, they gave me the tape and they didn't even know it had the soundtrack on it. In fact, initially I thought it was silent as well, and he was going to edit out his comments, Your Honor, and then we played it up and we found out that the volume was there. That's why. The reason he turned over the tape, Your Honor, is because you ordered him to. You may recall we went into chambers and he said he had this tape, and I laid a foundation in the robing room with you, and you said, Mr. Goldberg, turn over the tape now. That was your ruling. It wasn't turned over
Counsel, as
voluntarily.
I indicated to you, I'm not interested in how you got it. You got it.
Well, I understand that.
The issue is, does the jury get to see it with the soundtrack, yes or no? That's the only issue.
I understand that too, Your Honor. I'm simply saying that if he wants to, I can agree to eliminate the other comments on the tape, but I believe that comment, which is all of, that whole discussion lasted about 1 minute, and I think I read to you the text of it into the record, is certainly probative, relevant evidence for this witness to show that her testimony here has been influenced by bias, and the bias was generated in part by the statements made by Mr. Goldberg in her presence that we don't want to show this jury instances where swatches get dropped. That's what it goes to. It goes to her state of mind, and that's not work product privilege at all.
Thank you, counsel. All right, the objection will be sustained as work product, also under 352, since the probative value of the evidence is tangential at best, and it's confusing, it's hard to hear as well. All right, let's have the jury. Let's have Ms. Mazzola.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I know I should tempt fate here, but I just.
Then why bother?
Because there were certain misstatements that were made as to how the tape were released.
No, sit down, Mr. Goldberg.
Your Honor,
Let's have Ms. Mazzola.
you
Let's
asked,
have the jurors, please.
can I make one other comment about
No,
that?
thank you. Let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Andrea Mazzola is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. Good afternoon again, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded you are still under oath. Mr. Neufeld, you may proceed. All right, Mr. Neufeld, which chart do you have up?
Prosecution Exhibit 177A.
177A. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Mazzola, have you seen this exhibit before called LAPD Evidence Disposition Summary?
Yes, I have.
And have you seen the other LAPD Evidence Disposition Summary, which is marked Prosecution Exhibit 177C?
Yes, I have.
And did you play some role in the creation of these exhibits?
No,
Did they ask for your input when they generated these exhibits?
no,
Did they ask you whether or not the information on the exhibits was correct after they were created?
I don't believe so.
Right. Well, Ms. Mazzola, let me ask you a question. You said before that when you collected item 7, the blood drop on the Rockingham driveway,
Yes,
you said Dennis Fung wasn't even there to observe. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you collected that one yourself, didn't you?
Yes,
Now, this chart here, this LAPD Evidence Disposition Summary, says for item number 7, collected, and it says Fung and Mazzola, 6/13/94. You see that? If you want to step down, please do.
I've seen it when you went to put it up, yes.
Well, that's not correct, is it? You're the person who collected item 7, isn't it you?
Yes,
It's vague as to what you mean by collect.
Overruled.
Isn't that correct?
I physically swatched it, yes.
Well, in fact, ma'am, on August 23rd, when you asked questions about what you collected, you understood the question, you understood the word collect to mean that you physically swatched and collected those swatches. Isn't that right?
Overruled.
Yes,
Okay, and that's you understood the meaning, the word, I'm sorry, withdraw. You understood the word collect to mean that on August 23rd, and that's the normal way that you use the word collect, is it not?
yes,
Okay, so again, Ms. Mazzola, on this prosecution exhibit, where it says number 7, item number 7, Fung and Mazzola, collected by, that's not correct. It was only correct, collected by you, Ms. Mazzola, isn't that right?
it was collected by me, yes.
Thank you. Now, let me show you the other LAPD evidence summary board, which is 177C. remember the drops along the bad pathway at Bundy?
Yes,
And that would be items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, correct?
let me double check on that. Yes,
And you personally collected item 47, correct?
see, 47 was.
One moment. Is that correct, ma'am? You personally collected item 47.
I did, Mr. Fong managed to get a little more blood off of that one spot, but I collected the majority of it.
Ms. Mazzola, can I see what you're
Sure.
looking at now to refresh your recollection?
I'm just looking at this, because this is the one that was at the corner of the house, the first drop on the trail.
All right, Ms. Mazzola, in the note that you are looking at right now, refresh your recollection. Did you discuss with Dennis Fung sometime after you testified on August 23rd which items you personally collected? Was there a discussion?
There was a discussion, yes.
And he also told you his recollection as to which items he thought he personally participated in collecting. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And after that discussion, you made certain entries in your field notes next to each one of the items, correct?
Yes,
And the entries you made were to reflect whether it was an item that you personally collected alone, whether it was one that you collected with Mr. Fung, whether it was an item that Mr. Fung collected. Isn't that correct?
those entries at the time were meant to reflect that, yes.
Okay. And is that the only discussion you've had with Dennis Fung about who collected what in this case?
I don't remember.
Well, and based on your independent recollection, was there another meeting besides this one meeting with him that you've already testified to that occurred after August 23rd?
I had seen Mr. Fong since then. I don't remember exactly what we talked about.
Well, did you talk about who collected what in this case on those other occasions?
I don't remember.
But you do recall one specific meeting where that was the main subject discussed.
Yes,
And that was at a meeting you had with him shortly after you testified or sometime after you testified on August 23rd. Is that right?
yes,
And as a result of that meeting, you made certain entries, you said, on your field notes, correct?
correct.
And for some of the items that were collected, you made entries indicating that an item was collected by both Fung and Mazzola, correct?
Yes,
And when it was an item that you believe was collected by both Fung and Mazzola, would you write in the column that said by F/M for F for Fung and M for Mazzola? Would you do that?
yes,
Isn't it a fact, ma'am, that with respect to item 47, even after the meeting you had with Dennis Fung, you indicated that 47 was collected only by Mazzola?
at the time I thought that was correct, yes.
And you thought that was correct when you testified on August 23rd also, didn't you?
Yes,
And with respect to item 48, ma'am, you were the only person who collected that item too, weren't you?
yes,
And with respect to item 49, ma'am, you were the only person who collected that as well, weren't you?
there was one other drop on the trail that Mr. Fung helped with. I don't remember which one it was.
Ms. Mazzola, when you met with Dennis Fung at this discussion that you had after August 23rd, and you reviewed with him who collected what, didn't you put down that you, only you, Mazzola, collected item 49?
At the time I did, yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, as respect to item number 50, weren't you the only person who collected that?
Let me check my sketch. Let's see. Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, as to item 52, you were the only person who collected that too, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, Mr. Fung wasn't even observing you collect item 52, was he?
Item 52. No, Mr. Fung was not there.
So the prosecutor's diagram, where it says, for instance, on item 52, collected by Fung and Mazzola, that's incorrect, isn't it?
Well, that calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Conclusion.
Overruled.
As it stands there, yes.
That's incorrect.
Yes.
And as to item 50, Ms. Mazzola, where the prosecutor's exhibit says item 50 collected by Fung and Mazzola, that too is incorrect, isn't it?
Yes.
And with respect to item 48, Ms. Mazzola, where it says collected by Fung and Mazzola, that too is incorrect in the prosecution's exhibit, isn't it?
That one I don't know about. As I said before, there's one stain on the path that Mr. Fung helped with. I don't remember exactly
Well,
which
if there's
one.
one stain that you recall...
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Let her finish the answer.
If there's one stain that you say that you have a recollection that he helped you collect, then as to the other stains on that walkway, where it says Fung and Mazzola collecting it, as to those other stains, that would all be incorrect. Isn't that right?
Number 47 he helped with, and there's one other that he helped with on this path.
So as to the other three, Ms. Mazzola, this board would be incorrect. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, both on August 23rd and again at your discussion with Dennis Fung, where you reviewed who collected what, at those two times, it was your then recollection that you and you alone collected 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52. Isn't that correct?
At the Griffin hearing, that was my
This
belief.
has been asked and answered.
It has.
It's the last question on this, Your Honor, if I may.
She's answered the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
She's
said.
answered the question.
Well, she started to answer half of it. She
She's
said
answered the
at
question.
Griffin.
She's answered the question,
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Which board is this, Mr. Shep?
It's prosecution exhibit 120K. I'm sorry. Oh, that's individual exhibit 120.
120, thank you. Proceed.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, the first drop that you collected after you collected the stain on the Bronco door handle was item number 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And item number 4 is the one that's actually in the street near the curb
Yes.
behind the Bronco?
Yes.
And then item number, I'm sorry, am I blocking? All right. That better? Okay. And item number 5 was the second stain you collected, is that right?
Yes, believe it was.
And item number 5 is a little red stain in the driveway outside the actual gate, though. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And, ma'am, the distance from item 4 to item 5 is approximately 12 feet, is it not?
I
As
wouldn't
the
know.
crow flies.
I wouldn't want to hazard a guess.
Well, do you have notes indicating the actual locations of each of these items?
We have the measurements, yes.
Could you look at those measurements and I'm sorry, if you look at those measurements, would you be able to give an approximate estimate as to the distance between stain number 4 and stain number 5?
Let's see. This may be approximately 6 feet or so between them.
Okay. And the next blood drop stain that you collected is item number 7. I'm sorry, item number 6. Is that correct?
6, correct.
Kind of Vegas view.
On August 23rd, when you testified that you personally had collected the drops at the beginning of the driveway leading up to the house, ma'am, was one of the drops collected that day item number 6?
Well, that's unintelligible.
Overruled.
Was item number 6 one of the drops collected that day, ma'am?
Yes, it was one of the drops collected that day.
All right. And what is the approximate distance from item number 5 to item number 6? It's about 8 feet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's approximately 8 feet.
Okay. And from blood drop number 6, where is blood drop number 7, ma'am?
Blood drop number 7 is up near the front patio area.
Could you just for one moment please come down and point to it on the diagram? You know what? Get the pointer out, please. Could you move to the side so that it's here? Okay. Could you now point to could you point to the red dot on the diagram? And could you show us what number 8 is?
8 is.
All right. And could you please show us what 4, 5, and 6 are?
4.
Could you move out of the way? You're obstructing the view. And where's 5, please?
8, 5 would be.
Okay. Let the record indicate that the witness is pointing to what has been previously identified as a red circle indicating item 5. Could you tell us what item 6 is on the diagram? Indicating the higher up of 2 red dots just inside the gate.
Yes.
And could you now also please indicate the location of stains A, B, and C?
Okay. here.
indicating the lower of the two drops that are immediately next to each other, just inside the gate.
He's
Indicating a red drop just to the left of the D in the word driveway.
and C here.
Indicating a red circle above the garage, or I'm sorry, midway between the, not quite midway between the garage and the entranceway. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, a little closer to the garage.
Okay. Thank you. You can sit down. Now, Ms. Mazzola, the distance from item number 6 that you collected to item number 7, approximately how far is that?
Okay, on that, we changed our point of reference for the measurements. As we got up near the garage, we took our measurements off the garage.
Would it be fair to say, ma'am, that the approximate distance between stain 6 and stain 7 is at least 100 feet or thereabouts?
I wouldn't even know. I'd have no idea.
Now, A, B, and C, you said were never collected, is that right?
That's correct.
Was that Fung's decision not to collect them, ma'am?
Yes.
And did Dennis Fung say to you that the collection of 3 more stains would overtax the laboratory?
No.
Did he say it would interfere with the analysis of other evidence?
I'll speak here to say.
Oral.
No.
Now, you said that the reason A, B, and C weren't collected is because you were only interested in collecting what you termed representative stains, is that right?
Yes.
Well, at Bundy, ma'am, every drop along that walkway was collected, wasn't it?
Yes.
You didn't leave out any drops simply because you deemed them representative, did you? Or,
No.
I'm sorry, because you didn't deem them relevant, did you?
It's vague as to which drops.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Bundy, there were 5 drops, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, that you observed on June 13th, right?
Correct.
And you collected them all.
Yes.
There were no other drops along that same walkway that you saw but didn't collect. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said on direct examination that you would collect the first few stains and then the last few stains, and it wouldn't be necessary to collect the middle stains as long as they went in the same direction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, do you know what direction those drops were going in when you collected them on June 13th?
There really were not any drops that were way out of line. They were following more or less pathway.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, on June 13th, did you know whether or not these drops indicated that the person was walking from the Bronco to the house or from the house to the Bronco?
I personally did not know.
Well, did Mr. Fung, in your presence, say that these drops have a direction indicating that the person is walking from the Bronco to the house as opposed to from the house to the Bronco?
I'll speak here to say.
Oral.
I do not believe so.
So you did not know on June 13th which direction these drops were going in, did you?
No.
Now, other than items A, B, and C, which were photographed but not collected, was there anything else worth documenting with a photograph on the driveway that was photographed?
I do not believe so.
That was it, just those drops, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 in A, B, and C, is that right?
I'm not sure what else the photographer took pictures of.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that the blood drop that you have identified as number 5, I'm sorry, as number 6, as A, and as B are all to the left side of the driveway as you walk in toward the house. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, Detective Van Atta testified that it was his theory that Mr. Simpson had returned home the night of the 13th, of the 12th, I'm sorry, and opened the gate and walked directly along the south side of this driveway toward the location where the glove was recovered.
This isn't improper.
I'm laying a foundation, Your Honor. It's a hypothetical.
All right, assume that.
Okay. First of all, would you agree that the distance from the Rockingham gate to the location where the glove was collected is approximately 250 feet?
I have no idea what the distance is.
Right? Let me show you some that has already been admitted. Show you what has been previously admitted as Exhibit 1072, which is a surveyor's drawing of Mr. Simpson's home and property. You see that? Have you had a chance
Yes.
to look at it?
Yes.
Now, the only blood stain that is on the south side of the driveway would be stain A. Is that correct? Which wasn't collected by you.
That's correct.
And would you agree that the distance from stain A to the location where the glove was collected is a distance of approximately 250 feet?
Well, no foundation.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Well, do you know where the glove was collected, ma'am?
I know the area, yes.
Okay. And you had seen it,
I had not seen the glove before it was collected.
but you were shown the place where it had been collected by Mr. Fung?
Yes.
All right. And by looking at this surveyor's drawing of Mr. Simpson's house and property, can you see the approximate location where it was? Approximately.
Approximately, yes.
All right. Now, beginning at the curb and going to that location, approximately how many feet is that?
No foundation, she knows.
Looking at that, can you tell what the distance is?
The approximate distance,
All right, what's the approximate distance?
it's approximately 250 feet from the curb.
All right. And now, instead of the curb, if we come into the location of stain A, which is the one stain that's on the south side of the driveway, approximately how far is stain A from the curb? Approximately.
From the curb?
Yes.
Check. Approximately 20 feet or so.
So it would be fair to say that the distance from stain A to the glove is approximately 230 feet.
Approximately, yes.
And isn't it true that when you were at Rockingham on the 13th, you examined the walkway for evidence, the walkway leading up to the garage?
Yes, Mr. Fung and myself looked at the driveway.
And you were examining the driveway for blood evidence, correct?
Correct.
And then you also examined the walkway on the south side of the house, heading out to where the glove was recovered, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact that on that walkway, all the way to where the glove was recovered, you never saw any drop of blood on the sidewalk?
Personally, no.
And isn't it true, ma'am, that the wall along the south side of the house is made of stucco?
Of the wall of the house, yes.
And you examined that wall on the 13th of June, did you not?
I personally did not.
You personally made no examination of the wall for trace or blood evidence at all?
No.
But as you sit here today, ma'am, are you aware of the fact that no blood stain was ever found anywhere on that stucco wall?
The stain.
To your knowledge, has any blood stain been recovered from that stucco wall?
Calls for this
Overruled.
conclusion.
Personally, I have no knowledge.
You want to exhibit that to the jurors at the end, just to make sure that they saw all the pertinent points? You and Mr. Sheck want to exhibit that to 1492 to make sure they saw all the pertinent parts there.
Ms. Mazzola, the last two stains that you swatched and collected that morning were number 7 and 8, right?
Correct.
And as to number 7 and 8, did you keep swatching those two drops until you had collected the entire bloodstain?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Well, was it your standard procedure to do that?
To get up as much as possible, yes.
Oh, okay. And to the best of your recollection, did you get up as much of the stain that was visible as you possibly could? as to items 7 and items 8?
It's to, it's both.
Oral.
I think I got up as much as I could.
Now, back on June 13th, 1994, were you aware that the Los Angeles Police Department had recently begun a DNA testing program?
I knew that they were getting into DNA.
Were you aware that the type of DNA testing that they were going to be doing, or were doing in-house, was called PCR typing?
No,
You said, I think on direct examination, that you took a course in genetics in college,
yes,
took a course in molecular biology in college.
not molecular biology, microbiology.
In the course in genetics, did they teach you about DNA?
Yes,
As of June 13th, had you been taught the meaning of DNA amplification?
no,
Had you been taught, either prior to or up to June 13th, that given the exquisite sensitivity of DNA, it's essential that safeguards be taken to avoid the risk of contaminating evidence collected?
It's facts, not evidence.
Just I want to rephrase it.
Sure. I think you said on direct examination that you are personally familiar with the issues of contamination and cross-contamination. Is that correct?
yes,
Were you ever taught at the LAPD that it is essential to take proper safeguards to avoid the risk of contaminating evidence for later DNA typing?
the safeguards that we take on all evidence, yes,
Were you ever taught any special safeguards for the particular problems which can arise for DNA testing?
Well, it's still assumes facts, not evidence.
Oral.
no, I don't believe so.
Have you ever heard the expression referring to PCR DNA typing as its exquisite sensitivity? Have you ever heard that expression, exquisite sensitivity, used in connection with DNA?
Not since you just mentioned it.
Had you been taught at the LAPD Mini Academy that in the absence of proper safeguards, a minute biological specimen, such as a speck of wet blood or a fleck of dry blood, can be transferred accidentally by criminalists from one area of a crime scene to another?
It still assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
I think subject to connection, Your Honor, which says she's been
Sustained.
taught it. Well, has anyone at SID ever told you that in the absence of proper safeguards, a minute biological specimen, such as a speck of wet blood or a fleck of dry blood, can be transferred accidentally by the criminalist from one area of a crime scene to another?
It still assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained. Counsel, I assume that there'll be other witnesses to this.
I believe you said, Ms. Mazzola, that the only training you've received in collecting bloodstains is for serological testing in general and not for DNA testing in particular. Is that right?
Not in DNA particular, that's correct.
Are there any written guidelines that you have received from the LAPD dealing with any of the particular problems encountered with DNA evidence?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you received any handouts from the LAPD regarding the negative effects that heat and humidity have on the reliability of bloodstain evidence?
No,
Have you been taught by members of the staff at the LAPD Scientific Investigation Division that heat and humidity have negative effects on the reliability of bloodstain evidence?
Assume facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Not just for DNA, but for any type of serological testing.
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, counsel. It's an appropriate question if it's phrased appropriately.
Are you aware, okay, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, as to whether heat and humidity can have negative effects on the reliability of bloodstain evidence?
Vegas to reliability.
Overruled.
I know that it can affect them. I'm not sure to what extent.
Well, when you say you know that heat and humidity can affect the bloodstains, have you at least been told that it can affect them adversely?
Since that's not.
Sustain.
When you say you are aware that heat and humidity can affect DNA, I'm sorry, withdrawn. When you say you are aware that heat and humidity can have an effect on bloodstain evidence, what effect is it that you believe it will have?
That it might have some effect on the testing, but I'm not sure to what extent or how that would be affected.
No one has told you how heat and humidity will affect bloodstain evidence, only that it has an effect? Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
Well, I don't know personally how much it would degrade, if at all, and over what period of time.
Ah, okay. But as you sit here today, it is your understanding that the effects of heat and humidity are that it can degrade the bloodstain evidence. Is that correct?
That is one possibility.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you took wet blood swatches and you placed them in a clear plastic bag. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And then you fold over the top of the plastic bag so they don't fall out. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And sometimes these wet swatches that are in the plastic bag actually stick together, don't they?
It happens.
Sometimes they even stick to the side of the plastic bag, don't they?
Yes.
Were you aware that putting wet swatches in a plastic bag causes the swatches to retain moisture?
I was not told that.
But you knew that anyway, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you know that just from your everyday experiences, that if you take a wet item and you put it in a plastic bag and you close the top of the plastic bag, it's going to stay real moist in there, isn't it?
It'll stay moist, yes.
Okay, as opposed to if you take the item out of the plastic bag and let it dry in the air, it'll dry much faster, won't it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know, prior to taking the witness stand today, that by keeping the swatches moist in that plastic bag, that can promote the growth of bacteria on those swatches? Did you know that?
Since that's not.
Overruled.
No, not really.
Have you ever had the common everyday experience of putting a wet item such as a bathing suit or something in a wet plastic bag and then taking it out hours later and it smells moldy? Has that ever happened to you?
I would say it smells moldy.
Have you ever had the experience where you've kept any wet item in a sealed plastic bag and taking it out many hours later, whether it's a bathing suit or something else, and it smells somewhat moldy?
Overruled.
There was an,
But if it's a common experience, I don't think we need to go into it too deeply.
We're not going to, just
All right.
there was an odor, yes.
And as you sit here today, based on your experience in genetics, microbiology, your education in college, your education at the LAPD Mini Academy, are you aware that bacteria eats up pieces of DNA?
Seems facts, not
Sustain.
Well, based on your education and your training, do you have any knowledge about what effect bacteria has on DNA?
No,
You've never been taught anything about what effect bacteria has on DNA?
no,
You said that you have some knowledge of the effects of humidity and moisture on a swatch that's kept in a sealed plastic bag. Do you have any awareness of the effect of heat on a wet swatch in a sealed plastic bag?
not personal knowledge, no.
What kind of knowledge do you have if it's not personal knowledge about this?
Just from what I've been told, I have not seen the effects personally.
You've been told by people at SID, at LAPD?
Yes,
And have you been told by people at LAPD that just like moisture, heat also can promote bacterial growth?
it's possible, yes.
And have you been told by people at LAPD? By the way, did you have these conversations with people at LAPD prior to June 13th, 1994, or since June 13th, 1994?
I can't remember exactly when it was.
Do you remember where it was?
At work.
Was it just a casual conversation, or was it one of the lectures at the Mini Academy?
I'm not really sure.
And did any of these people who you had these discussions with at work talk to you about the combined effects of heat and humidity on a wet blood swatch kept in a sealed plastic bag?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, did those people tell you, I think you said a moment ago, that heat can cause bacteria to develop? Is that right?
close.
Overruled.
It's a possibility that it could occur.
And that humidity, or the moisture of the swatch in the sealed plastic bag, can also possibly cause bacteria to develop as well. You were told that by these people at LAPD, is that right?
Yes,
So would it be fair to say that if you have both heat and the moisture, that together they will both possibly create or cause bacteria to develop on those swatches?
Also, expert.
Sustains. Beyond the scope of expertise here.
Have you been taught to follow the Los Angeles Police Department manual?
Seems facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
we have looked at the LAPD manual.
And have you been taught to apply the booking directions contained in the LAPD manual?
I don't believe so.
Ma'am, have you been taught at the LAPD Scientific Investigation Division that with respect to preserving wet stains, you should do the following? Items containing wet blood, semen, or chemical stains shall be permitted to dry at room temperature before packaging. Plastic containers or plastic wrap shall not be used as a packaging material. Were you taught that at LAPD?
For final booking, yes, that's entirely correct.
Well, ma'am, were you given particular pages of the LAPD manual to know for booking evidence?
No,
Were you told by anybody at SID that the LAPD manual is simply a guideline and not rules which you are required to follow?
Irrelevant. Go ahead.
I believe I heard it was to be used as a guideline.
And who told you that it was a guideline, ma'am?
I don't remember offhand.
Was it one of your supervisors at the mini academy?
I don't remember.
One moment, Your Honor. Are you aware of the fact, Ms. Mazzola, that the Los Angeles Police Department manual states that all employees of the department are to conform with the rules and provisions herein contained? Are you aware of that?
No,
Overruled.
no.
Would you agree, ma'am, that that statement from the Los Angeles Police Department manual declares that this manual sets directions for you and are not simply guidelines, correct?
Overruled.
Would you like me to show you the actual section of the manual?
Excuse me, counsel. We've gone through this manual in front of this jury for approximately 45 minutes with another witness. You've already established what was done in this case. You've established what the manual says.
Ms. Mazzola, you stated that your understanding of the section in the LAPD manual on preserving wet stains is only instructions for final packaging, not temporary packaging. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is there any place in the actual rule listed in the LAPD manual that creates that exemption for temporary packaging? Do you see that anywhere in the rule?
I don't know. I haven't read it.
You've never read the LAPD manual section on how to preserve wet stains? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Have any of your instructors at the LAPD ever read to you the section from the Los Angeles Police Department manual on how to preserve wet stains at a crime scene?
Not from the manual, no. I don't believe so.
No one in the whole year and a half that you've been there has ever read that to you?
Not from the manual,
You've never read it yourself?
no.
Now, Section 51012 of Los Angeles Police Department manual states, Ms. Mazzola, quote, analyzed evidence requiring freezer storage shall be booked at Central Property Division no later than 6 hours after it is obtained. During the time that you've been at the Los Angeles Police Department, have you ever personally read that section of the LAPD manual?
No,
Overruled.
no.
During the year and a half that you've been with the Los Angeles Police Department, has anybody at the LAPD SID Mini Academy ever read to you this particular section of the Los Angeles Police Department manual?
No,
Would you agree, ma'am, that from the sentence I read to you about this manual, that the manual is not to be regarded as merely a guideline?
Sustained.
Would you agree, ma'am, that neither you nor Mr. Fung booked any of the evidence that needed to be frozen within 6 hours after it was obtained?
that's correct.
And, Ms. Mazzola, you have the...
It's 160.
previously introduced as Prosecution Exhibit 163H, which are 3 analyzed evidence envelopes. Now, when you obtain a reference sample of fresh blood, what color envelope is it to be stored in?
I know in toxicology, we receive our blood samples in the gray envelope.
And since you've been, I'm sorry, and that's your only experience with receiving blood vials, would be in toxicology?
Except for the occasion in this case, which I had limited involvement with the blood.
Okay. And in those cases where you receive a fresh vial of blood, it's in the gray envelope, is that right?
That's right.
And on the gray envelope, under the word analyzed evidence, would you please tell the jury what it says?
To be refrigerated.
And that is an instruction to the person who holds that gray envelope that the evidence is to be refrigerated, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever been told by anyone, since you've been working at the Los Angeles Police Department, SID, that it's perfectly okay, instead of refrigerating a blood vial, to leave it on a counter overnight in a trash bag? Has anyone ever told you that?
Overruled.
No, I don't believe so.
Did anyone ever teach you at what rate blood breaks down and degrades?
No.
Did anyone at SID Mini Academy ever teach you that it's okay to let wet blood stains remain in a sealed plastic bag in the rear of a truck in the middle of June for 7 hours?
That was never brought up.
It was never brought up at the Mini Academy?
No.
Well, you say that, I'm sorry, were you taught that it's okay to use a plastic bag for short-term packaging?
Yes.
And that's something you learned at the Mini Academy?
Yes.
What did your instructors mean by short-term, ma'am? Did they say?
Until the samples could be brought back to the laboratory for air drying.
Well, they told you that final packaging should not be in plastic bags, correct?
Correct.
And did they tell you the reason they shouldn't be in plastic bags?
Because they were to be frozen.
Well, did they tell you that if they're stored in a plastic bag long-term, that the samples could degrade?
I don't believe they mentioned that.
They never explained to you what effects packaging in plastic bags would have on the evidence?
We were just told final packaging was not to be in plastic.
They just told you how to do things. They never told you why. Is that your testimony?
If it was important to tell us why, they would.
You're assuming that if it was important to tell you why, they would?
Sustained.
Did they ever tell you that if you were going to be out in the truck for more than a half hour or an hour, you shouldn't wait and keep them in plastic bags? Instead, you should take them out of plastic bags.
They never mentioned that, no.
Did they ever tell you that if it was 2 or 3 hours, that that's too long?
No.
Did they ever tell you that if it was 15 hours, that's too long?
I don't believe they put a time limit.
Oh, they just said when you get back to the laboratory, and that's it.
As soon as was feasibly possible.
But they didn't tell you after so many hours that the evidence can begin to degrade.
No.
Were you ever taught, ma'am, that if the DNA deteriorates in the blood swatch, I'm sorry, were you ever taught that if the DNA deteriorates in the blood swatch and is then cross-contaminated with other DNA, that it makes it more difficult to identify the cross-contaminant?
Sustained.
and then is subsequently contaminated by an outside contaminant, that if you then do a test, it'll be difficult to know whether you're identifying the contaminant or the degraded specimen.
Sustain. We've already
Right.
broached this topic. I assume there'll be other witnesses to this issue.
Right. Now,
Check what board is that?
Is it number 162?
Thank you.
Might be the same demonstration.
now, Ms. Mazzola, you can't see the board from where you are.
No.
Could you step down for 1 second and take a look at it, and then you can take your seat again?
Why don't you take the long pointer with you there?
Your Honor, may we just approach for one moment?
No.
I just
Proceed.
wanna-
Proceed.
Do you recognize the photographs contained on this board?
Yes.
And in fact, that's you in the photographs, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And are these a series of still photographs which are attempting to capture different aspects of the collection process?
Correct.
When were these photographs taken, ma'am?
I don't know the exact date.
What month?
Tell you the truth, I don't know.
Well, was there a time when you were taken out by the prosecutors in this case and asked to do a demonstration?
Yes.
And was a prosecutor present?
Yes.
So Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, it was.
And were other members of SID present as well?
Yes.
And was a camera operator there as well?
Yes.
Both a still camera operator and a video camera operator?
Yes.
And have you ever been asked to do a demonstration of stain collection before in any other case?
No.
Do you know approximately when it was that you were taken out to do this demonstration?
I don't know the exact date.
I'm not asking the exact date. Was it in February or March?
All I know, remember, it being cold and it was raining. I
You,
don't-
you don't even know whether it's in 1995 or 1994, Ms.
She was
Mazzola?
trying to answer the question, Mr.
Sorry.
Hill. You've interrupted her again.
To be honest, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, aside from Mr. Goldberg being present and a still photographer and a video photographer, were there other people present?
Yes.
And did they assist you or at least give you instructions during the course of this demonstration?
Your Honor, I'd object to that.
Beg.
Who else was present besides Mr. Goldberg and the camera operators?
Mr. Funk and Mr. Yamaguchi.
And during the course of your doing this demonstration, having these photographs taken, did either Mr. Yamauchi or Mr. Fung give you any direction?
It's still vague.
Oral.
No.
Mr. Goldberg give you some instructions.
It's vague as to instructions.
Sustain.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Nope. I think counsel understands the parameters here.
During the time that you were actually doing the demonstration, did Mr. Goldberg give you any direction as to what to do?
No, I still think it's vague and overbroad.
Oral. Yes or no?
I don't understand what you mean by instruction.
Or obviously, this is a demonstration project, a piece of demonstrative evidence. I'm sure the jury understands it was created for this case. Proceed.
And during the course of that, Did Mr. Goldberg give you specific instructions?
As to what he wanted to depict, yes.
Okay. And the sequence in which you should do certain things?
No, not the sequence.
All right,
Now,
Mr.
this-
Nixeld, would this be a good spot?
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our break for the afternoon. Please remember my admonitions to you. And we'll reconvene in about 15 minutes. All parties ordered to return in 15.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded you were still under oath. Mr. Neufeld, you may continue.
Thank you. Ms. Mazzola, again, calling your attention to the collecting a stain demonstration board with the still photographs on it. Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that the still photographs depicted, shown on this board, because they are still photographs, don't capture the continuous motion involved in the entire process of bloodstain collection?
It's argumentative.
Oh.
That's correct.
And when you first set out to do this demonstration for Mr. Goldberg and the prosecution, did the prosecution attempt to record this demonstration with a videotape as well?
Yes.
And the video was shot at the same time that the still photographs were taken?
Yes.
And it was your job during this videotape demonstration to act out the role of the criminalist collecting bloodstains?
Yes.
I mean, this wasn't a real case, right?
No.
Okay. Put this down now.
And Mr. Cochran, could you just flip that one around, please?
I would, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, SID has its own still photographers, correct?
That's correct.
And SID even has personnel who can take videotapes as well, right?
Sustained.
When this videotape was being made of you doing the demonstration, Ms. Mazzola, was it your understanding that it was being produced for the purpose of showing it to the jury during the trial?
Overruled.
That was a possibility. I don't think they came right out and said it would be shown. It was a
Ms.
possibility.
Mazzola.
Wait.
said-
Let her finish the answer.
I thought she had. I apologize, Ms. Mazzola. Go ahead.
Be my guest.
No, is there more?
No.
What was your understanding when you were engaged in this demonstration for the district attorney and the video camera is rolling? What is your understanding of what the purpose of this videotape was going to be?
Overruled.
That it might be shown to the jury.
And so while the district attorney was producing this videotape, you tried to perform the tasks of criminalists to the best of your ability. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And knowing that the videotape was meant to represent the process of bloodstain collection as practiced by you, you also tried to make it as realistic as possible, did you not?
Yes.
And is the tape, have you seen the videotape?
No.
Now, while you were performing the demonstration, I'm sorry, John. Did Mr. Goldberg ever tell you at any time, either during the videotape or after the videotape, that he was concerned that the videotape revealed some common accidents?
Sustained. No.
Did Mr. Goldberg or any prosecutor ever tell you that it was important to convey to this jury how simple bloodstain collection is?
Overruled. You can answer the question. Was that ever said to you?
Not to show how simple it was, just to show the procedure.
Did any prosecutor ever express to you the importance of conveying to this jury that it is a simple procedure?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
It is a simple procedure,
I
but
didn't ask that.
that was not the main issue.
Okay, I'm not asking what was the main issue. Was it a secondary issue that was conveyed to you by the prosecutors that they wanted to show or suggest to the jury
That's
that this was
counsel. Secondary, tertiary, I mean, where are we gonna go with this? Was it discussed by any prosecutor with you to show that how simple a process was?
No, I don't believe so.
Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, during your prep sessions with Mr. Goldberg, did he tell you that there was a chance that this videotape might be played for the jury?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't remember if he said there was a chance it might.
Are you aware of the fact that on the videotape, you are depicted dropping swatches?
Yes.
And were you at all concerned that the videotape depicted you dropping swatches?
No.
But you were aware of it.
Yes.
And during your prep sessions with the prosecutors in this case, didn't they tell you that on direct examination you should admit that you drop swatches occasionally in the event that this videotape is played to the jury? Didn't that come out?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
In the prep sessions with Mr. Goldberg and the other prosecutors, didn't they tell you that there was a chance that this videotape might get played for this jury by the defense?
Yes, there might be a chance.
Okay. And you also knew that on this videotape, you are depicted dropping swatches. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during the prep session with Mr. Goldberg and other prosecutors, was it discussed that you should readily acknowledge occasionally dropping swatches at crime scenes?
I don't know if they brought it out in the prep sessions.
Well, do you recall on direct examination, Mr. Goldberg asking you about whether you drop swatches?
Yes,
Overruled.
I believe so.
Well, during those prep sessions, you said some of them lasted as much as 5 hours.
It was not a continuous 5 hours.
I understand that, but you said some of the sessions lasted overall as many as 5 hours at the prosecutor's office. Is that right?
I was at the prosecutor's office for upwards of 5 hours, but not talking to them the entire time.
On different days.
Right.
And on some of those days, they would ask you questions that they intended to ask you once you took the witness stand, did they not?
Yes.
Right. Well, was one of the questions that you discussed during those prep sessions a question involving you dropping swatches during a crime scene collection?
I don't know if that was during one of the prep sessions.
Are you saying that the very first time you ever heard that question asked was when you took the witness stand here?
I believe it was mentioned when we were taking the photographs for the collection demonstration.
This time, Your Honor, I would like to play the videotape.
All right, let's mark it.
What's next in order?
11:17.
Of the jury, so there may be a couple of times where I ask to go back and slow it down, and please indulge me a little bit.
Well, you've seen your colleagues.
Exactly. All right. You ready? By the way, did you notice the date at the beginning of this?
Yes.
It said 4/4/95. Does that refresh your recollection as to when this videotape was made?
Not really.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Favor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you just go back? Can I stop there a minute? Now, Ms. Mazzola, is that you're wearing rubber gloves, correct?
Correct.
And it's your right hand that's now resting on the ground, isn't it?
I believe so.
Can you just back up a few frames? That's good. Thank you. Is that your right hand that's resting on the ground?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the ground there outside on the street is dirty?
Yes.
I want to describe, unfortunately, Mr. Neufeld, since we don't have a real-time counter, and if you're going to isolate particular items, you're going to need to describe them, either print them
Fine.
or describe them.
This is the 1117A. Right. And Ms. Mazzola, just before this shot where you put the right hand down on the dirty ground, did you clean the tweezers?
Yes.
Okay. And now, Ms. Mazzola, stop again. Did you just take the tweezers and put them and move them from the left hand and transfer them to the right hand?
Yes.
And that's the right hand that you just had put down on the dirty ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. One moment. Okay, continue. And are you now pouring swatches out onto the cap?
Yes.
Up, you freeze there for a second, and could you just go back about 10 frames? Or 5 seconds? Right there. Now, at that particular moment, Ms. Mazzola, was a swatch about to fall out of the cap and you prevented it from falling out by catching it or bringing your right pinky into contact with that cap?
I don't know. If one was going to fall out, I would have just let it fall.
Well, can you back up a second? Just a little bit more. Okay, now can we just show that little sequence in slow motion, please? And just keep going down with it. Ms. Mazzola, at that point, didn't you, stop there for a second, didn't you just bring your hand down to that cap because a swatch was about to fall off the cap? And it didn't, you saved it.
I don't believe so because it appears that I'm putting the cap back on the bottle, and if a swatch was in there, I wouldn't turn the cap over because the swatch would fall out anyway.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you were about to put the cap down at that point, right?
I don't know.
And there were swatches in the cap.
I don't know how many swatches were in the cap.
Can you just back it up?
5 seconds, we'll let them speak it one more time, regular, not regular speaker. Back. Back a little more. Okay, now start it. Didn't you just see you do something with your pinky, Ms. Mazzola, to try and catch something on that cap?
I don't know if I was trying to catch something on the cap or what.
Which you could have been, is that correct, Ms. Mazzola?
It's a possibility.
All right. And the same hand that you're using to catch a swatch at that point, if that's what you could have been doing, is the same right hand that you would just put down on the dirty ground, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Continue. What you're doing now is you're making the control swatch,
That's correct.
item number 5.
Correct.
And Ms. Mazzola, on the dirty pavement outdoors like this, would you expect to see some kind of dirt or debris on the control swatch? Based on your experience?
Overall.
Might,
You stop
might
it.
not.
Hmm?
Might not. I don't know.
Even on an outdoor pavement like this, you wouldn't expect to find some dirt?
Overall.
It's a possibility you'd find some dirt.
Is it a probability that you find some dirt, Ms. Mazzola?
Sustain.
Continue, please. Now, when you put the plastic bag in the envelope at that point, you folded it over to seal it, didn't you?
Yes.
And that would retain the moisture in it, wouldn't it?
It would help keep the swatch from slipping out.
Well, hold on 1 second, please. Other than preventing the swatches from slipping out, by folding over the top of the plastic bag when it's wet inside, that will also result in it preserving the moisture in those swatches, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Just one moment. Back up. Back up. Okay, now go forward a little bit. Now, after you make the control swatch, Ms. Mazzola, you then clean the tweezers off before you go on to actually collect the bloodstain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you freeze there for a second? And what you just did, ma'am, was to pick up, and you're going to use that wet wipe or Kleenex to clean the tweezer, right?
Yes, a Kim wipe.
Right. And you just picked up that chem wipe with the same right hand which you've been resting on the dirty concrete, correct?
Yes.
One moment. Stop. Now, Ms. Mazzola, you just transferred the tweezers that you just cleaned back into the right hand again, didn't you?
Yes, the parts away from the tips.
Can you back up a second? Okay, go forward. Now there you're holding it away from the tip, correct?
Correct.
Go ahead, continue. And now, stop. You moved your fingers further up toward the front of the tweezers, didn't you? Ms. Mazzola, isn't the tweezer now completely enclosed in your hand, in your right hand?
I don't know if it's entirely enclosed or if my finger is just brought up around the side of it.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, your fingers that are brought up along the side of it are the fingers of your right hand that you would just put down on the dirty pavement. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
Okay, continue. And now you're pouring more swatches out of the bottle, correct?
correct.
And are some of the swatches falling to the ground and missing the cap?
Yes.
Stop a second. Okay, continue.
Stop there.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, you see some of the swatches that fell to the ground between the bottle and your knee?
Yes.
And this time, I noticed last time when you took the cap off the bottle, after you took out a swatch, you put it right back on the bottle, didn't you? Last time.
Sometimes I do, yes.
Okay, but this time you put the cap down, didn't you?
Yes.
Is that because you considered for even a moment perhaps putting those swatches that fell to the ground back into the bottle?
No.
You never considered that even for a moment,
Never.
okay? Ms. Mazzola, when you made this demonstration tape, were you aware of the fact that your right hand had been resting on the dirty concrete?
No, I don't
Is
believe
this the
so.
first time you knew that?
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, you said you did know, however, that you had dropped swatches during the course of this videotape, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And in fact, comments had been made by others present about the fact that you had dropped swatches. Isn't that correct?
Same.
Well, you also testified on direct examination, Ms. Mazzola, that you had never dropped a swatch that had blood on it. Was that your testimony?
I believe so.
Well, had the prosecutor told you during the prep sessions that it was safe for you to give that answer because we don't have you doing that on the videotape?
Sustained. Curious to disregard the implication of that question. Proceed.
You also testified, Ms. Mazzola, on direct examination that one reason, I'm sorry, withdrawn. You also testified that at crime scenes, your gloved hand has never touched a blood stain or wet blood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But isn't one reason why you wear these protective gloves in the first place is because you could accidentally touch a blood stain or wet blood?
We wear them for our own protection because we are around blood.
Well, when you say you wear these gloves for your own protection, Ms. Mazzola, isn't that to protect you from an accidental contact with blood? Isn't that the whole purpose you wear the gloves?
Blood among other things, yes.
Okay, so it's anticipated by the people who taught you at SID to wear gloves that accidental contact between a criminalist and blood does happen from time to time. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So when you say that you have never touched blood or a wet blood stain, even with your protective gloves on, what you're really saying is that you've never done it such as that you're aware of it. Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
Such that I was aware of, yes.
Now this is going to be the swatch of the actual evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, could you stop there? Now, as you see, Ms. Mazzola, do you see the jury can see it too. Do you see the moist area where you had made the control swatch?
Yes.
And you see that the moisture has run all the way over to the point where it's actually in contact with the blood stain.
I don't know if that is moisture from the control swatch or the pigment of the concrete itself.
Ms. Mazzola, may we please go back quickly to reverse, show her the collection of the control swatch. Back up. Back up. Back up before it starts touching. Back up so it's just off the ground and an entrance. Okay, go ahead. Stop. No. Can you back up? I want to get it just before it makes contact. Stop. Stop. Now that you see the control swatch just as it's about to hit the control area next to stain number 5, would you agree that the discoloration we saw later on when you're actually about to lift the blood stain is moisture from the control swatch?
Well, it's a little hard to tell. It's possible. It's
Ms. Mazzola, do you actually see any discoloration in the area immediately adjacent to that blood stain in this picture before you put that wet control swatch on the ground?
I see the area slightly in front of the swatch, between the swatch and the stain itself.
Isn't the area at that point, Ms. Mazzola, fairly consistent and not darker, appreciably darker, in the immediate area where you're placing down the control swatch at this point? Isn't that a fair assessment of what's depicted here, ma'am?
It looks slightly darker to me, but
All right, now could you go forward to where she would have to put down? Go a little bit further. Slow, just slow down. Slow enough, that's right. Now do you see the discoloration created by the moisture emanating out from the control swatch?
yes.
And that's a different color than the other discolorations in the pavement, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you can see even at that point, the moisture has almost touched the blood stain, hasn't it?
Overall.
There's still separation between
There's
the
still
two.
some separation there, okay. Now, go forward to the next place where we're about to collect the evidence. by the way, Ms. Mazzola, the swatch that you just picked up could be the same swatch that you had touched with the right hand to help stay in the cap, couldn't it?
Staying.
Stop. Now, Ms. Mazzola, can you see that the moisture has spread out from the control swatch so it is in fact touching the blood drop stain?
It appears to be.
And Ms. Mazzola, you're not supposed to do that, are you? Ms. Mazzola,
Excuse
you
me,
were
Counsel.
instructed,
Counsel,
I'm withdrawing the question based on this objection.
when I start to rule, let me rule.
I'm sorry.
Overruled. Proceed.
Would you please?
When you received your instruction on how to collect bloodstain evidence, although you were taught to collect or control close to the bloodstain, you were also taught, Ms. Mazzola, not to allow the moisture from the control swatch to come into contact with the bloodstain. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe that was ever mentioned.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, if in fact that swatch itself had been contaminated by your dirty hand, for instance, would the contamination be transferred to the moisture that is emanating out from the swatch? Could that happen?
Overruled.
I don't know.
You don't know if it could happen?
I don't know if it could happen.
Well, if there was dirt on your hand and your hand came into contact with the control swatch, would you agree that it's possible that there could be a transfer of that trace evidence, of that contaminant, from your glove to the swatch?
It would be possible.
And would you agree, ma'am, that if that control swatch was moistened with water, that there could be a transfer of trace evidence from the swatch to the water?
There would be items from the ground in the water, but the blood stain itself is on the ground, so it's on the same substrate.
I'm simply, well, that assumes, does it not, Ms. Mazzola, that everywhere on the ground you have the same contaminants and the same substrate. Isn't that correct?
That close, the substrate would be approximately the same.
But Ms. Mazzola, when you put your right hand down on the ground, you didn't do that 2 inches away or 1 inch away from the blood drop. You did that several feet away, didn't you?
Yes.
And if your hand came into contact, the hand that touched the dirty pavement several feet away came into contact with a control swatch, it could contaminate the control swatch with whatever contaminant your right hand came in contact with, couldn't it?
If the hand came in contact with that particular swatch, yes.
Okay? And if that swatch then comes into contact with water, the water can pick up that contaminant, can't it?
The possibility.
And if that water then spreads outward and actually comes into contact with the bloodstain, then the bloodstain can come into contact with the very same contaminant that the right hand initially came into contact with. Isn't that a possibility?
A possibility, yes.
But it's your testimony that you were never instructed to keep the control swatch moisture not in contact with the bloodstain. They never taught you that at the Sid Mini Academy.
It was never a strong point that was brought up.
Well, was it a small point that was brought up?
I don't remember.
So is it the best of your recollection? It could have been, but you just don't recall?
I don't recall.
Well, as you sit here today, would it make sense to you as a criminalist not to let the moisture from the control swatch come into contact with the bloodstain?
That would be preferable.
Okay, can you go forward, please? Ms. Mazzola, is there some difficulty in this swatch absorbing the bloodstain?
Yes.
One moment. Now, at that point, Ms. Mazzola, did you just move the swatch into the area of moisture immediately adjacent to the bloodstain, where some of the control moisture was?
I can't tell if the swatch was touching the moisture or not.
Did it appear to you that it was, though? Can you just back up 3 seconds? Okay, now just go forward. Slow. Did it appear to you that at that point it's touching the moisture adjacent to the stain?
And it's still hard to tell if it was actually
Okay.
touching.
So, let's go forward. Let's go forward, maybe that's the... Ms. Mazzola, in this particular demonstration, you were asked to only make one swatch of this particular bloodstain, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this case, in some of the bloodstains, you made as many as a half a dozen blood swatches?
I don't remember exactly how many, but on some of them it was more than one.
Right? And would you agree, ma'am, that if you did, for instance, 4 or 5 swatches, there's 4 or 5 times the opportunity to make mistakes as there is in a single swatch?
Sustain.
In this particular demonstration, Ms. Mazzola, you're having some difficulty getting blood to be absorbed onto that swatch?
Yes, this
That
stain was
sometimes happens with
Wait,
pavement?
wait.
Sorry.
to dry the blood. Since it was so cold, they put a heater on the blood spots and it more or less baked it onto the concrete.
And you're putting it in the coin envelope now?
Yes.
The coin envelope is not sealed, is it?
No, not sealed.
Now you're cleaning the tweezers again?
Correct.
And again, Ms. Mazzola, you're holding the tweezers in your right hand now?
Yes.
Same right hand that touched the ground, correct?
My right hand.
Yes. And is that your right hand hitting the ground again?
My hand was on the ground, yes.
Okay. Notice you're stretching.
Yes.
Is it tiring bending down there to do even a single swatch?
No, when it is extremely cold, my left knee tends to tighten up a bit.
And at this instance, you're actually brushing away the swatches that you had dropped to the ground?
Yes.
By the way, Mr. Yamauchi and Dennis Fung are also present during this?
Mr. Yamauchi was.
And did Mr. Yamauchi, I thought you said Dennis Fung was there as well. Could you hold it a second, please?
I believed he was back and forth between the demonstration area and the lab itself.
One moment. And when you actually collected the swatch, were your knees on the ground?
I believe so.
Okay. You back up. Back up to just where she's about to get up. And are you now putting your left hand on your knee?
Yes.
And that's the knee that was just on the pavement?
I think it was on the pavement.
Okay. And when you're wiping the ground now with your right hand, correct?
Correct?
And you didn't change gloves before you went on to the next swatching, did you?
No.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. You going forward? What are you doing? And there are more swatches that have dropped to the ground again, haven't there?
Yes.
Again, your right hand with the tweezers is going down to the dirty ground.
Is on the ground.
Would you agree that the pavement outside where you're shooting this has dirt on it, ma'am?
Yes.
By the way, Ms. Mazzola, just stop for 1 second. I noticed in the demonstration board, when you're actually, when they show you either using the control swatch or a swatch on a piece of evidence, you don't see any of the swatches that are lying on the ground. Is that correct?
I believe so.
That they don't show any swatches lying on the ground?
Yes.
After you finished making this videotape, did the prosecutor ask you to repeat the exercise again?
No.
Continue. Tape. Now, Ms. Mazzola, you now took out a coin envelope, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's because you were asked to demonstrate how it is that you put documentation on the coin envelope that you're going to put these swatches in, isn't that right?
She can describe what she's doing, counsel, not the
Fine.
instructions.
Now, could you just stop a second, back up a little bit? I want you to do this in slow motion. Just to, go forward now. Now, Ms. Mazzola, when you're going to, can you just stop for 1 second? When you are documenting a coin envelope in the demonstration, do you put down the item number?
Yes.
And when you put down the item number, do you use the number sign before the number?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay? And do you also, on the coin envelope, write down your initials as the person who was collecting this item?
Vegas to videotapes.
Overruled.
I don't believe I did in this.
Was that what you were taught to do, Ms. Mazzola?
I can't remember if we were taught that or if it's something we pick up. I'm not sure.
Well, if you pick something up because you learned it from more senior criminalists, at the first crime scenes that you attended, that would be one way of learning this information, correct?
Correct.
Another way of learning it would be because somebody at the SID Mini Academy explained to you that this is the way to do it. Is that correct?
That could be another way.
Either way, you are learning to do something a particular way. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So the question, ma'am, is, were you taught one way or the other that when you are collecting an item, as you are in this picture, to write down your initials as well as the item number on the coin envelope?
As I believe I had said earlier, some criminalists put their initials on the envelopes, some don't.
Ms. Mazzola, let's play this tape forward then, in slow-mo. Just bring it up at regular speed until she's about to start writing. Mrs. I want you to look very carefully at the movement of your hand, of your right hand as it writes on the envelope, okay?
Okay.
If you can't see what you're writing, you have to just look at the movement. You're writing something there, correct?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, and you picked up the pen, now you're writing something else.
Correct.
And now you picked up the pen, now you're writing something else.
Correct.
So, Ms. Mazzola, there were 3 different things that you wrote on that envelope, correct?
It appears that I have the coin envelope and the plastic envelope. They're together.
Ms. Mazzola, did you write 3 different things with your hand in that down position?
It appears so.
Okay. And Ms. Mazzola, one of the things that you were taught to write was the number, correct?
Correct.
Second thing you were taught to write is the number sign. Is that correct?
We were not taught that.
So sometimes you do that and sometimes you don't?
I tend to do that.
You tend to do that.
I tend to do that.
Okay, that's the second thing. The third thing, Ms. Mazzola, and that would be the first thing you were doing there, was actually writing your initial. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if that was my initials or not.
Ms. Mazzola, when you write your initial, AM, don't you write it in one continuous motion?
Yes.
All right, let's, 1 second. Continue. Let's continue regular speed. Now, by the way, Ms. Mazzola, you wrote out the envelope to put documentation on because that's a standard practice of yours, correct?
Correct.
Yet on the demonstration board, there is no photograph of you actually filling out the envelope, is there?
I don't know.
Can you just freeze it 1 second? Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that it's an important step for a criminalist to document the item that he or she is collecting?
Yes.
And it's important for purposes of identifying an item, is that right?
That's right.
And it's also important for maintaining or beginning the chain of custody, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now take a look at the demonstration board, Ms. Mazzola.
Right.
Would you agree that even though you say that this is an important step in the process, that there's no photograph showing you documenting the coin envelope on this demonstration board?
There doesn't appear to be.
Did you have any input at all into the creation of this demonstration board without a photograph of you doing the necessary documentation?
I had no input on the construction of the board.
To the witness was Peepers 162.
When you saw the board, you said the board had been shown to you prior to your testifying in this case, hadn't it?
I had a quick look at it, yes.
But when you had a quick look at it, Ms. Mazzola, did you say to the prosecutor, wait a second, you're missing one important aspect of the bloodstain evidence collection process, namely the documentation of the coin envelope? Did you say that to them?
Sustained.
Can you go forward, please? See the moisture moving out from the control swatch, Ms. Mazzola?
Yes,
You see it, hold it, you see it coming into contact with a portion of the blood stain that moves out in an arm to the right?
it appears that it is.
1 second. Back it up a little bit, please. Stop. Ms. Mazzola, see the dirt on the fingertips of the third and fourth fingers of your glove?
Yes,
Okay, continue. Oh, stop. Now, Ms. Mazzola, do you see that you've now turned the tweezers around? So the tips are right in the middle of that palm of the glove with the dirty fingers?
I can't see which way the
All right, could you back
tips
it up
are
again for just a few?
facing.
Could you back it up for a few seconds, please? Okay, now, stop. Do you see that the tip of the tweezers is going into that envelope, into the plastic bag?
Correct.
Now go forward in slow motion, please. And now do you agree it is, stop. It is now the tip of the tweezers which has gone back into your hand.
The tips would not be in my palm area because they're extremely sharp.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, I'm not suggesting that you were cutting yourself or sticking yourself with the tweezers, but wouldn't you agree that it's possible to simply take the tweezers and hold them like this in your palm without cutting yourself?
Well, it's speculation.
Oh.
Isn't it possible you can do that, Ms. Mazzola?
Not those type of tweezers.
You're saying that those type of tweezers are such that you cannot hold them like this without cutting yourself? Is that your testimony?
Unless the tips were around the bottom of your hand, I can't see how you could hold the entire tweezers in your hand without getting poked.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, if you have it simply resting in your hand like this, and the point is down here, near the bottom of your palm like this, you wouldn't necessarily poke yourself, would you?
If the tips were below your hand, yes.
If the tip is actually resting on your hand, such as I'm doing with my pointed pen, I'm not poking myself, am I?
It's not the same, counsel.
I understand that, Your Honor. But am I poking myself with this?
The tips of those,
Sustained.
Let's continue the tape. Almost done. Ms. Mazzola, the tip of the tweezers is very close to your fingers at this point, isn't it, on your right hand? Even if the actual tip itself isn't touching, you were pretty close to the edge on that, weren't you?
Pretty close.
You were within a half inch or a quarter of an inch of the tip, weren't you, Ms. Mazzola?
I couldn't tell how close I was on,
Drop of the swatches there, Ms. Mazzola, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you're having some difficulty getting the swatch to get onto the stain there, right?
Right.
Slow down, stop. And so now you've moved your fingers on the dirty glove that had been in contact with the pavement down toward the tip of those tweezers, haven't you?
They are still a ways away from the tip.
I understand that. But you've moved them down away from the position they were normally in to try and get that swatch to come off the tip, haven't you?
Yes,
And that's the same hand that had the dirt on the fingers, correct?
I believe so.
Continue. Ms. Mazzola, between the collection, now you're collecting item number 6, is that right?
That's correct.
And between the collection of items 5 and item 6, you never changed your glove, did you?
That's correct.
And is the reason you never changed your gloves because no one at SID ever taught you to change your gloves?
They don't need to teach you when to change your gloves. You change your gloves periodically.
Well, did anyone at LAPD, SID ever teach you to change your gloves between the handling of different bloodstains?
No.
You know, you said that one of the procedures that you have been taught, thank you, that one of the procedures that you have been taught at LAPD was to put some scale in the photograph, such as a tape, such as a ruler, to indicate the size of the actual blood stain, correct?
Sustain.
Well, were you taught, as part of your instruction on forensic photography, to have a ruler placed in the scene?
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, did you use a ruler when doing this demonstration to indicate, for purposes of documenting the stain, the size of the stain?
No.
And did you not do that because the prosecutors didn't tell you to do that?
I didn't do that. No one told me not to.
All right. One moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Ms. Mazzola, how many crime scenes have you collected bloodstains at since June 13th, 1994?
Two, I believe.
And would you agree that additional training and more experience makes you more proficient today than you were 10 months ago?
Experience helps.
And would you agree that when collecting blood or blood stains, mistakes can occur?
Mistakes can happen, yes.
And would you agree that when collecting blood stains, especially in evidence that's going to go out for DNA analysis, that the criminalist must understand how, in the course of making different mistakes, DNA could become degraded?
I don't think we bear in mind just DNA specifically. We look at any serological testing.
Were you ever taught at the SID Mini Academy any connection at all between the mistakes that can happen at a crime scene and the effects it will have on DNA or other serological testing?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Now, the wet swatches, Ms. Mazzola, were placed in the truck in brown paper bags. Is that right?
That's correct.
Does the LAPD SID unit have a written procedure for storing biological evidence in the van?
I do not know.
Well, there's a refrigerator in the van, isn't there?
Yes?
Did Fung instruct you to put the bloodstained swatches in the refrigerator?
Overruled.
No, he did not.
And you didn't see Fung put them in the refrigerator, did you?
No.
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, or were you aware of the fact that the refrigerator worked at least some of the time?
I was aware that it worked some of the time, yes.
And that it would work for several hours before eventually the battery going dead?
I wasn't sure how long it would work.
Well, had you ever been aware of the fact that it did work for more than 1 or 2 hours?
I don't remember if I ever found that out.
You didn't find out how long it did work for?
No.
Well, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that even a few hours of keeping wet blood swatches in a refrigerator is better than not keeping them there at all?
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you said that you had been told by people at LAPSID that heat can have some effect on bacteria growing on the blood swatches. Isn't that correct?
Sustained. Counsel, I assume there's some other witness who's going to testify to these effects.
Right. One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Mazzola, when you came back to Rockingham later in the afternoon on the 13th, the first item of evidence that you collected inside the house was item number 12. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And item number 12 is more than a single drop of blood, isn't it?
If I remember correctly, it is.
In fact, it is 3 drops of blood, isn't it?
I'm not exactly sure how many.
Well, the other drops of blood or blood stains that you collected from the driveway that day, they were all individual drops, were they not?
Yes.
And weren't you taught, Ms. Mazzola, that whenever you have distinct drops, even if they're close together, that they should be collected in separate packages?
That was up to the discretion of the supervisor.
Let me show you 14. Ms. Mazzola, did you receive a handout from the SID unit entitled Collection and Preservation of Body Fluids? You have it?
I might have, I don't remember.
Next in order would be
1118, 1118.
show you this. And ask you to take a look at item number 13.
Okay.
By the way, Ms. Mazzola, and also look at this. these two pages represent a handout that you received at the SID Mini Academy?
Yes, they look familiar.
Okay. And in the handout that you received from the SID Mini Academy, weren't you told specifically, quote, if there is more than one distinct stain, these should be treated as different stains and collected separately?
That's what the handout says.
All right? And Ms. Mazzola, does it anywhere in that handout say, oh, but wait a second, you can make an exception if the senior criminalist says to?
Sustain.
Did you ever receive any written instructions at all from LAPD SID suggesting that you could make an exception from that rule when the senior criminalist so chose?
There was nothing written down.
In fact, even on the demo board that we just looked at, Ms. Mazzola, items 5 and 6 are only several inches apart, aren't they?
I believe, well, what do you qualify as several?
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that items 5 and 6 are within a foot of one another?
They could be within a foot, yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, I believe you said that you had also been taught that it wasn't necessary to pick up every single drop in an area, but only to pick up representative drops. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, other than the 3 drops that you saw in the foyer, where you picked up item number 12, weren't there some other small drops in the vicinity that you didn't bother to collect?
I don't remember if I saw any other little drops around that area or not.
You would agree, ma'am, that there were at least a few drops in that foyer area where you collected number 12?
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, I believe you said that from looking at the drops outside, one could not tell which direction they were going in. Isn't that correct?
I did not look at them as to try to determine directionality. I don't have any experience in that field.
Well, did Mr. Fung in your presence say that they had any particular direction?
Sustain.
And I believe you said, Ms. Mazzola, before that you can't tell whether or not this trail of blood drops at Rockingham is leading from the house to the Bronco or from the Bronco to the house. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just for foundation for the next question.
It's what she said.
In fact, Ms. Mazzola, from what you just said, the greatest number of drops that you saw in any particular area was that concentration of drops in the foyer, inside the front door. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Let me ask you a hypothetical, Ms. Mazzola. Ms. Mazzola, as a criminalist, have you learned that when a person initially cuts himself or herself, you bleed more profusely, and then as clotting occurs, the bleeding dies down? Did you learn that?
Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, just from your common everyday experience, have you ever had a cut?
Yes.
Calls for an opinion conclusion.
Ms. Mazzola, what do you know, both professionally and from your own experiences, as to how frequently blood drops are made when you first get cut and how they dissipate as time passes?
Same objections.
Oh, do you know anything about those topics?
I don't know how fast the blood drops form or drop.
Well, let me ask you this hypothetical, Ms. Mazzola. If someone cut himself in the foyer of his house, might he bleed more profusely inside before going outside? It's a hypothetical.
Sustained. No, it has to be within the expert's expertise. It's not your.
As a criminalist, Ms. Mazzola, have you been trained, have you received any training at all in looking at blood pattern? Any?
A very little bit, not much at all.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that the pattern of drops that you observed, on June 13th at Bundy are consistent?
Your Honor,
With-
I object to any technical further along this.
Oh, let me hear the question.
Are consistent, Ms. Mazzola, with an individual cutting himself inside the house where you observed those 3 drops?
Sustained. Counsel, this is beyond her expertise.
Moment. Next in order then.
11:19. Yeah, thank you. Wind it up.
All right, one moment, Your Honor.
No, go ahead and finish your thought.
Ms. Mazzola, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And is that photograph showing at least 3 different blood drops on the
Yes.
foyer near the card number 12?
Yes.
And isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that that was the only blood drops or blood stains that you observed on the first floor of the house?
That's correct.
And isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that after you collected those blood drops in item number 12 in the foyer near the front door, that you then walked up the stairway?
I believe we started going up the stairs, yes.
And you examined the light carpet on the stairs?
Yes.
And as you examined that light carpet on the stairs, there was absolutely no blood stains seen there at all, right?
I did not observe any.
Well, you were looking, weren't you?
Right.
And wasn't Dennis Fun looking?
Yes.
And he didn't say he observed any either, did he?
That's correct.
And you were not only looking for blood drops at that point, you were also looking for dried flecks of blood as well, weren't you?
Anything that was red.
And you didn't see anything that was red on this white carpet ascending all the way up the stairs?
I don't remember what color the carpet was.
Well, was it light colored, ma'am?
It was light, yes.
It was the kind of color that if there was a red drop, it would stand out, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And then as you walk down the hallway on that second floor toward Mr. Simpson's bedroom, there was also that same light-colored carpeting, correct?
I don't recall. Could be. I don't remember.
Well, when you were examining the floor, weren't you at that point?
Yes,
And you didn't see any blood drops there either, did you?
that's correct.
And you didn't see any flecks of blood, did you?
No,
And when you examined that stairway going up the stairs, ma'am, did you examine the banister also?
yes.
And on the banister, ma'am, there were no flecks of blood, were there?
I personally did not observe any.
Well, did Mr. Fung personally observe them in your presence?
Not in my presence, no.
And on that banister, there were no flecks of blood either, were there?
I did not see any.
And Mr. Fung didn't mention any to you, did he?
No.
And if you had seen them, you would have collected them, wouldn't you?
Yes,
And you would have photographed them.
yes.
And also on that banister, ma'am, there were no smears of blood, were there? Indicating that somebody had blood on their hands. Isn't that correct?
I did not recall seeing anything like that.
And Mr. Fung didn't observe any either that he mentioned to you, did he?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Fung, in your presence, say to you that he had observed any smears of blood on the banister?
Sustained. Counsel, why don't you rephrase that question? Did Mr. Fung point out to you any blood smears, et cetera? et cetera?
Thank you, Your Honor. You can answer the
No, he
judge's
did not.
question. Okay. Why don't we stop at this point, Your Honor?
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. And do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. As far as the jury is concerned, we will stand in recess until 9 o'clock. I'll see counsel as soon as the jury has departed. June the 14th, and you wanted the reports of her activities for some particular reason.
Yes, Your Honor. At the hearing on August 23rd, Ms. Mazzola testified that she had personally participated in the processing of the now dried swatches on the morning of June 14th with Mr. Fung at the laboratory. This morning, she suggested for the first time, Your Honor, that on the morning of June 14th, she did not participate in the processing of evidence in this case with Mr. Fung,
Immediately.
but instead spent the morning before she went to the print shed doing paperwork on another case. That was her testimony. I'd like to see this paperwork that she claims that she was doing in the evidence processing unit during the 2 or 3 hours that morning before she went to the print shed. I mean, I frankly don't believe her. And I think that I'm allowed to challenge her credibility with regard to that representation because it contradicts her testimony at the August 23rd hearing. And I want to see if there's paperwork which supports her claim.
All right, what
I'm willing to redact it, by the way. I don't.
under 1054.1, what part of that statute applies to this particular report?
One moment.
Let me cut to the chase. I mean, is there some reason that the prosecution doesn't want to provide the court with a copy of any report?
Your Honor, I don't have a copy in my possession at any rate, but the only reason that we're objecting to it is because I just don't believe it falls within any of the discovery provisions. And I think that the prosecution's interests have been hurt by overcompliance with discovery. It has not worked. It has not served our interests. It has not sped the case along. And I think that it's in our interest at this time on every discovery issue to try to see that we are not required to do anything more than what is mandated under the discovery law. And that is my position. So it has nothing to do with this particular report. I haven't seen the report. I don't know how it could be located. It simply has to do with not wanting to provide discovery beyond our discovery obligations.
Your Honor, it's not discovery, as in I'm trying to find out the actual information about some other case. I don't care about the other case. It could all be redacted. But what she said on August 23rd, under oath in this courtroom, is that she spent the morning of June 14th, before going to the print shed with Dennis Fung, processing the swatches in this case. Today, for the very first time, she contradicted herself on that point, and she said that she wasn't processing specimens with Dennis Fung the morning of June 14th before going to the print shed, because instead, she was doing the paperwork on another case. I believe, Your Honor, that I'm allowed to impeach her with that paperwork to the extent that it does not corroborate her sworn testimony here. And it would be a relevant written statement used to impeach this witness. That's what it's for.
Well, counsel, isn't this real collateral, and haven't you already gotten the benefit that you've got one statement here and another statement today that contradicts that statement? I mean, haven't you got the impeachment value out of that?
No. 1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, this witness has been suggesting on many different areas in this case that her testimony on August 23rd was inaccurate because she hadn't had time to really think about it. Whereas now that she's had more time to think about it, her testimony at this trial should be given greater weight. And what she's saying on this particular point is it should be given greater weight because she now remembers that morning, for the 2 or 3 hours that she was there, that she was preoccupied doing paperwork in another case. All I want to do is see that paperwork to see whether or not it corroborates her bold-faced claim that she made before Your Honor this morning, that that's what she was doing. I think in light of the fact that it is a flat-out contradiction from her testimony on August 23rd, bearing in mind that she's going to say that what she said on August 23rd should not be given any serious consideration by the jury because she didn't know what she was saying, that I should be entitled now to impeach the claim that she made this morning by showing her that there isn't this paperwork to support her claim that that's what she was doing during the morning.
All right, how do we get around 1054.1? Under what category does that fall?
Your Honor, number one, I believe that her testimony on August 23rd was in fact the correct testimony, the truthful testimony. And to the extent that it is truthful, it is exculpatory evidence. And to the extent, Your Honor, that this written report undermines her claim today that she spent the time doing this.
Do you have any case that describes something like this as exculpatory evidence under California case law?
Well, Your Honor, not just as exculpatory evidence, Your Honor, but I would submit, I don't have a case before me. Your Honor, even if you thought about it in terms of 352, what are we talking about here? We're talking about the people producing a single report which can be redacted so as no information about another case is disclosed, simply to show how long it is and how much time was expended on it to undermine her claim that she's made under oath in this courtroom, that she spent the entire morning when she arrived before going to the print shed involved in, on processing papers in another case. It just doesn't make sense. And I should be entitled that much leeway. That is not a collateral matter, Your Honor. I'm not going into proving the other case. I'm simply going to prove, Your Honor, that her testimony at August 23rd was the truthful and correct testimony, and her testimony today just wasn't credible. That's the purpose of it. And I also think under the same section, Your Honor, it comes in under subsection F. It's a relevant written or recorded statement of this witness. She is the one who made the recorded statement.
Keep reading. It's about something the prosecution intends on producing. That's the modifier. All right, I'll take your request under submission. My tentative ruling is to deny your request. Bring me something that says that you're entitled to it. All right?
Well, yes, there's a second matter, Your Honor.
Yes.
I asked on Friday or Thursday. I asked the prosecutor to simply produce in court for my cross-examination of Ms. Mazzola the actual evidence that she collected on the 13th and the 14th. Her evidence, okay, which means the coin envelopes and the bindles. And the people last week said they would think about it, and they told me this morning they've decided that they're not going to bring it in here. And I believe that I am entitled to confront this witness with the actual evidence that she collected in this case. And that's what I would like to do tomorrow morning. So I would ask the court to instruct the people to produce in court tomorrow morning the actual items, which would be the original coin envelopes and the original bindles.
Okay. Mr. Goldberg?
Well, Your Honor, the problem is that, of course, there are several problems. One of them is that we are talking about biological evidence, a lot of which has not been tested. For example, on our chain of custody boards, we only have the items that were tested. We tested item number 6 and item number 7, but the prosecution did not test 3 and 4 at this time because obviously we've had to prioritize and the laboratories are inundated with the amount of material that we've given them. So they're talking about bringing in evidence that still contains biological evidence that can be tested, defrosting it, destroying its utility for any future testing, evidence that constitutes a biohazard and should not be in court at any rate, and has made absolutely no showing as to why we are going to destroy the evidence in this case. I mean, obviously the defendant doesn't care about destroying the evidence in this case because it's not going to exonerate him, but we still have an interest in trying to preserve the evidence to the extent that it exists. They have been provided with an opportunity to inspect all of this evidence in Albany at a tremendous expense to the people. It has been photographed by the prosecution. We have provided them with photographs of it. They have had the opportunity to inspect it on a variety of other occasions at an enormous expense and burden to the people.
Well, rather than saying all evidence that this witness collected, is there anything in particular that you need, Mr. Neufeld?
Well, yes, Your Honor, but let me just, well, it's the items of the bloodstains that were actually collected by Ms. Mazzola and at Bundy and at Rockingham. That's what we're talking about here. Those are the items. Let me just say two things.
How many items? Which specific items from the property report? I take it you haven't even reduced this to a written request to the prosecution.
Your Honor, that's true, but, let the prosecutors submit to you a single authority to support his point that's going to be
counsel,
destroyed. It's not going to be destroyed.
Wait, Mr. Neufeld, I'm just interested in what efforts have you made to try to get them to bring us over? First effort is to identify specifically what it is you want. I'm asking you now, tell me what you want. I'm just curious if you even have a written list of these items, which would help me immensely to get started here.
The items of the bloodstains collected at Bundy, which would be items 41 through 52. That's, and we're not talking about a huge amount of evidence. These are coin envelopes that are this large, Your Honor. 41 through 52. At Rockingham, we are talking about items 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Item 1, item 4, 5, 6.
All right, counsel, what we're going to do is I'm going to stand in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I want you to prepare a list of what it is you want from the prosecution. Give it to the prosecution. I want from the prosecution by 8:30 tomorrow morning a list of any specific objections as to why those items cannot be produced in court.
Your Honor, there is one.
Yes, to the specifics requested by the defense. I assume that if there is any refrigeration problem, they can be packed, brought over, exhibited briefly. I assume that this is not a tremendous logistical problem since we're talking about a lab that's less than a mile away from here.
Your Honor, just so the record's clear on this, these items were sent to Albany. They were taken out of the freezer for extended periods of time.
Mr. Neufeld, stop while you're ahead. All right, tomorrow morning.
Just one more question. If they have their list by 8:30, how
No,
are we
no,
also
no,
supposed to-
I'm ordering you to confer, provide the prosecution with a list. I'm giving the prosecution until tomorrow morning at 8:30 to lodge any written objections that they have to those items, and I'll make an order, if it's appropriate, tomorrow morning, directing LAPD, SID to bring those things over, packed in dry ice if necessary.
Okay, so they're going to give their list test tonight.
Right now,
I'm going to give the list in 5 minutes.
right now.
All right.
All right? Do we understand each other? Great. Mr. Cochran. Good afternoon, sir.
We started off the morning, and I'd like to finish off the day, Your Honor. Your Honor, we had made an informal request, I believe, for the so-called Cato Kalin tapes. They've not been made available to us. and I'd
No,
like to-
if you recall, the prosecution said that they had turned over a set to the court and that they were available to you from the court anytime you wanted to take them and copy them.
Can we do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
I've had them sitting in my chambers for the last 2 weeks now.
Well, we'd
3
like,
weeks.
can we get those? We'll work that
Absolutely.
through Your Honor's clerk. And the other thing is, could the court set aside some time this week? We probably need to, we need one of your famous graphs, because we need to re-calendar certain of our motions that are kind of fallen by the wayside. But, you know, at your convenience, we need to probably get that back on
Actually,
track.
we probably ought to have a brief morning's chambers conference, perhaps Thursday morning,
Okay.
just to get a list of all the matters that we have not considered. I'll have Mrs. Robertson put together a list of the motions that we have not addressed yet or have them taken off calendar.
That'll be fine. And there's one other witness we're going to, I think, interview at some point when the court decides it's
That is
appropriate.
correct.
So that's fine. Thank you, Your Honor. Bye.
Thank you, counsel.